It does.
You learn not to worry too. You learn not to worry too much about it.
YouTube is YouTube.
Yes,
is YouTube.
well, I will still grumble at the multi-billion-dollar tech conglomerate because I can.
Yes.
Something, entitled millennial, something. Ah, there it goes.
It gets there eventually. Hello.
Finally, live has crossed the Atlantic.
Ah. Oh, yes. Hello.
There we go.
How is everyone doing today? So, questions are... Let me just make sure this is confirmed. Questions are live. So we are taking your questions. Remember, that's !question, !Q&A. There's other things as well that can get it in there. Welcome to Bruships 166, and I have a big fluffy poodle who is my in the presence guest, and I have Runon and the Fleet of Oceans, aka the Foo, with me as
Indeed.
the other guest. So questions are
We're
live.
all here.
Nice way. You have just had your dinner, and I'm fairly sure you've had these, and you are basically blackmailing me for more.
Of course.
You're going to go podgy at this rate.
Just your brief
Hello,
update on Powder Monkey. If
The
I
app
will,
is
if I can be
the
so
bot
bold
is
as
getting stronger. The bot is getting stronger.
Yep.
Wow. Take from that what you will.
Essentially, the biggest thing that's going to affect y'all is you will see Dr. Alexander Clarke respond to you saying that the question's been received when the bot catches it.
And
keep in mind, I do believe I've got it set up.
Doing anything myself.
Yes, it's very convenient that way. I believe I may have set up a 30-second slow mode on.
Can we just point out here there is a medical doctor who says he's walking home and may stop at the Chippy for dinner. Dan, you're supposed to be setting the good, positive example to us.
We all know that's not how it works.
Now, does it pick up super chats yet?
Yes.
Yay.
It has the 9.0 implements what I call the talkback feature, as well as automatically grabbing any super chat or or Twitch cheer, so throwing bits on Twitch into the queue.
So it's supposed to put the super chats in there?
Yes, it's set up to grab the command, YouTube super chats, and Twitch cheers.
Because it hasn't grabbed the super chats. I just say this having pressed the queue release a few times, noticing some super chats have gone through, and it hasn't grabbed them. So I will copy Runes. And Steve's. Add them in.
Well, that's not helpful now, is it?
And
all right, I'll have to see it. Obviously, YouTube encodes or puts into the API for the super chat something different. I unfortunately do not have the ability to fake a super chat or a cheer during testing, so
it should work, but we'll see. We'll catch up. We'll catch up. So.
Yes.
Hello everyone, hello. Let's say hello to some of the people we got. We've got Peter Dawson who was waiting here first. Knight6841, Tanif, hello Tanif, Vice Admiral Nelson, Michael Cooch, hello. Of course, hello to Runon. Timu Locker, hello Timu. Hello, I was thinking about you today when I was sort of plane went over my head. Hello Shandal Lord Shandal, hello John Shea, hello Stephen Richards, hello Malaga. Hello everyone who's here. Raptorat, Richard Gross, Rick Vasava, Hendrik Beaufort, The Brock, GGV40, Shivar. I'll get that right in a second. I'll keep mucking it up. Leslie Mitchell, thank you. Derek McGannis, hello. And Dan, of course. And Calvin Gasberg. Paul Amos, Fun Police, hello. I'm saying hello to everyone. I know you want to say hello to everyone too. Well, come up here and say hello to them. Don't demand biscuits for it. It's nicer not to.
So,
Question.
Don't don't throw super chats with the express purpose of getting into the queue. We'll have to sneaker net those. It appears that the code language that either YouTube or StreamerBot looks at when looking at
Gotta put him in the garden quickly.
super chats is different from other is different from regular chat messages. So not quite certain what, but I'll have to look into that later. It is definitely not something that I expected. And as to a question that has been put to me in DMs, I have never knowingly sent Dr. Clarke or the Foo a version of StreamerBot which I knew not to be working.
Of course. It'd be silly to suggest otherwise.
Everything I send out, I test. It's just sometimes it does not survive first contact with the chat goblins.
No, it does not.
And whether those are the digital goblins or the squishy organic goblins, I'll leave to you.
There are goblins everywhere, gentlemen. Never forget that.
You are allowed to be in here till 9 o'clock. Okay, so don't think you can be in here all night because you can't.
Bloody cold, I tell you.
Ooh, gets very annoyed if
horribly
you're in here all
cold.
night.
That poodle
Right,
still
there's
cracks me up.
going on. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. My personal volume seems a little low. Okay.
It's definitely not in the voice call. I can tell you that much.
I don't know why it's low on the system.
So I'm a direct complaints to OBS on that one.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. The poodle has taken over. Dragon the poodle always was in charge. Now.
Yeah. Wait until the poodle gets on his captain's sweater.
Don't joke. Don't joke. He has one. So, how is a ship's keel up? How is a ship's keel made for warships in the 1930s? Pretty much as you'd expect. It's made up usually in sections of steel plate. It's very heavy duty cast steel point, and most ships in this period would have secondary keels.
Oh.
And so you get the keel built up on the keel. So basically, they're like with modern ships where you build sections of the hull and then we put them all together. That's almost what you're doing in 1930s.
Yep, basically.
That's fun. Q&A. I thought it was illegal for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary sailors to strike. This is Paul from Chicago, and this is a super chat question that's coming now, so I'll quickly deal with it now. I seem to recall they're still subject to Royal Navy laws and regs. In World War One, at least one RFA sent on strike was friend of noose. In nice way, in wartime, they come under Royal Navy regulations and rules. So in wartime, war service, they come under Royal Navy regs. In peacetime, they are merchant sailors, and they can go on strike. So basically, in wartime, they can't go on strike because they're considered part of the Royal Navy. In peacetime, they can because they're technically merchant hires. No, you're not doing this. You might think it's a cunning wheeze to woof, and therefore you get given biscuits while Papa is live. That's not happening. You're not going to get that fat. They'll be cut off completely. You've been in garden. You've been fed your dinner. Everything has been done for you. You're a good boy.
Well,
but no. Sorry, occasionally poodles do start to try and rebel. And go for total control.
This happens.
This
happens.
They're lovely, but yes. You know what happened last time when you decided to do this? I will kick you out. I won't enjoy it because I like having your company. But I will kick you out. And you'll have to spend the evening with your mum and sissy and your corgi brother who doesn't let you sleep. because he thinks you should be playing with him constantly.
Yep.
One thing I would say,
You're cute.
somebody who would be giving a super chat anyway, please do not make an explicit super chat to do this. Lead your super chat with the Q command, and let's see if that impacts anything.
Okay.
Please do not make a super chat unless you were already intending to do so, just to test it.
Chandler Channel, you are placing command of the. We answered that one. You are placing command of the task to assault Cartagena de Indias in the War for Indias. What do you want? Assault Cartagena de Indias? Give me a couple of divisions of solid infantry and enough third rates to get them there and escort them, and I'm happy. So about
Basically.
Yeah, that'll make me do. Give me enough infantry that I can, and give me enough ships that I can blast away at them, and enough infantry I can take them when I want to. And I'd like to take a large amount of supplies of fresh veg, and other things with me, and keep up the supplies going. So I need to have some third rates to do escorts on supply routes. Because
okay, I know why.
Whilst the frigate will probably get a convoy through, a third rate with a convoy will definitely get it through. Because the privateers hired by the French will go, "Ooh, fat convoy full of food. Third rate, ship of the line." My life has passed in front of my eyes.
Billy, big step in the other direction.
I suddenly have very much better places to be than right here, right now.
And I'm going
I
to
will now go and be places. Yeah.
Oh, look, what an interesting wave over that way.
Big fat
look, I see a flight of rare albatrosses flying that way. I shall go follow them.
And basically, if you have a ship of the
Anyone
line
want
or
to go
convoy,
see the Galapagos Islands?
the only one who's going to attack it is somebody who's got a fleet of ships of the line. And if they're going after your convoy, then you've got problems. Then you have to deal with those ships of the line. So you basically, it's a case of having a third rate with a convoy is usually a fairly good defense, making sure a convoy went through. The other option, of course, is you load all your supplies onto fast frigates and have them run through. But the trouble is, whereas you could get the Royal Navy to do that for the silver trade, you couldn't get them to do that for your food or supplies. You could get a third rate as escort for a convoy. You couldn't get them to do it, run your food supplies by fast frigate. It's just not enough money in it for the crews. Drakenred. Did anyone besides the Japanese experiment with dedicated anti-submarine shells prior to World War II? The Royal Navy and the US Navy have all trialed them at various points. I think the Italians did something in the 1920s, but I cannot remember its exact detailing. Basically, the idea of anti-submarine shells is something which becomes attractive quite regularly. I'd point out now, if you've gone to recent arms fairs, you'll have seen BAE and a few others are really highlighting how good their anti-submarine warfare shells are. And basically, they're 4.5-inch depth charges. That's what they are. They're 4.1, and they are designed for literal fights against drones. But let's be honest, it's underwater drones which they're really going after, because you're not probably going to take out a submarine with that small depth charge, but you will wreck most underwater drones with them. And possibly cause damage to underwater mines. Or set them off. Anything you two want to add to those?
No, you've pretty much nailed that one on the head. Doesn't really need any more expansion than what you've already given it, to be fair.
And then we have Rune von Bismarck, who I have to admit, and don't take this the wrong way, Rune, but when you and Ruhon both started talking on the chat at one point, I did wonder if one was the alter ego of the other and which way it was around. Now I realise you're completely separate after now a few years of talking to each other, and Ruhon basically turning into our tech support. But there was a short while when there was Ruhon and there was Rune von Bismarck, and I was going, is that alternate to the same person?
If I'm your tech support, we're doomed.
That's Clarke. Which single person, aside from people such as Hitler, Stalin and co., were the most influential on the course of war? Ooh, single person. I assume the and co includes Churchill, etc. I would say.
Probably.
That's a tough one. On the course of the war,
Mm,
it's gonna be the officers in charge of coordinating logistics and convoys. But it's picking out a single
possibly.
officer. It's almost them as a collective group rather than as single, because you go for the American one, but then there's the British one on the other side of the Atlantic coordinating with them, and they both need to be working in partnership for it to work. And that's the trouble, is they have to have all these officers around the world coordinating the logistics and the moving of goods and stuff. So they're kind of a collective group. A single person. Any ideas?
Single person. You can't really get that sort of responsibility without getting towards national leader level. And they've already said national leaders are out. So
Maybe Ike.
possibly,
Yeah.
Supreme Commander Allied Forces Western Europe.
I guess if you wanted
But
to,
if you're going to put him in,
prop
you've got to
up-
probably put in Cunningham and a few others like that.
Yeah.
He'd probably have to give the nod to MacArthur, although I would say that's probably more in spite of himself than because of himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Manila would have preferred to not have him return if some of what I've read is accurate.
Yeah.
Well, he's not returned in the way that he did.
I've come to liberate. I've come to reconquer. Liberate the Philippines.
Maybe Nimitz or King.
But again, you're getting into
Maybe,
it's the Cunningham.
but
yeah.
You'd have to put that into the tier of, like you said, Cunningham and.
The trouble is,
Your
I
other
think
Royal
once
Navy
you're
admiral,
onto a
which I
size of
can't
war,
rattle
a
off.
scale of war, I don't even think those individual leaders have that much. In terms of, it's a collective group at a certain point. Because it getting enacted and all these things, their policies are brought to them. Yes, they make a decision. Yes, they have a massive impact because of that, and because of people trying to do stuff that they think they're going to support. But there's also the fact that all the different levels that go into it in government. These wars are so big, so complex. It's one of those interesting things when you start going through history, you start realizing the real reason kings stopped leading their troops in battle was because kings and queens were supposed to be running the country and coordinating between the different fronts, and if they were leading the troops in one battle, in one theatre, they couldn't be coordinating all the support resources for the other theatres. And it's the same thing the Roman emperors get into trouble with, and it's why they eventually come up with the whole different systems of having the different Augustuses and Caesars, etc. Because if you want to lead the troops in battle, that's great, and you need to. But if you're going to do that, you can't coordinate the other sections of your area you need to be. And if you're a big enough empire, you need to fight in multiple fronts. You can't do that. And then sort of the battle starts to become more complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There was a point from Leslie Mitchell here, which was about Yonai. During the 1932 plot, Yonai was a vice admiral and Shinkai commander and not authorized to have an imperial car. Naval car, yes, but he always refused the naval car. That's the thing. He always refused the naval car. He didn't have he never. It's one of the interesting things about him. He never seemed. As far as all the sources I've read, he always refused and turned down being given a car by the Navy. Whether it was Naval Ministry or any senior post, he always turned it down because he liked to walk and he liked to wander through the towns and use public transport. The only times he has a chauffeur is when he's been forced to have one. And the Navy never succeeded in forcing him to have one. Bob H. My grandfather hated MacArthur. There is a long line. General Alan Brooke for managing Churchill. I would say you have to, with Alan Brooke, I take a lot of some of the things that he says with a bit of pinch of salt. His claims for managing Churchill are a little bit overrated. Mostly because he writes them himself. And it's a great way of lauding. It's like those people who, like German ones, always write that all the bad things were from Hitler and all the good things were from them. People who served in the UK command structure usually wrote about how well they managed Churchill, and again, they came up with all the good ideas and they managed all the bad ideas out of him. No and no. There aren't that many people who are managing that job. I think the quote I would put, which comes from Cunningham, I think, because it's another admiral noted down in their things, and they noted it down as Andrew Cunningham, and I think it comes from Cunningham of the Mediterranean fame and First Sea Lord. But I can't prove it because it's hearsay. It's someone else quoting what they think, what Cunningham said. Cunningham said the only one who ever managed Churchill, when talking about it post-war, had been Henderson's, and I'm not sure whether he was referring to to Admiral Henderson or Admiral Henderson's wife, both of whom seem to have been able to scare Churchill. And I think I have worked out now why Admiral Henderson's wife scared Churchill, because she was apparently very good friends with Clementine, who was Churchill's wife. So upsetting her would cause problems for him in so many ways.
Are we sure that Henderson maybe didn't know where a few bodies were buried and handed that information off to his wife as well?
Oh, there is quite a good possibility on that one. There is a decent possibility on that one, but there again, that seems to be quite traditional for British Third Sea Lords, to know where bodies are buried. Alan Ord Kaiser, any recommendations for a book about the naval sea air part, not land amphibious part, about the Falklands War? Thank you. Well, actually, there is a good one. There's Sharkey Ward's own book, which is all about the air side of the war, and I'm just looking at the books I unpacked today because I was sure there was some of them. Give me a second. That's my. Yeah, you'll want Air Defence at Sea by Hill Norton, and it's back and appendix, second appendix, Air Defence at Sea. Hope that helps. Now, what World War II battle would the Italian Navy have benefited most from having a carrier? Matapan? Pardon me?
Matapan's a possibility.
Cert as well.
I feel like that would be a Matapan if they had night operations.
And I would say Cert as well. First battle, not the second battle.
Yeah, that works. That probably works fairly well as an option. Although what I would say is the Italians can probably have the most effect if they have their carrier in the early war. So to immobilize British battleships and cruisers so that their rebuilds can come on down on them basically like a ton of bricks and go, hi, we're the we happen to be the Regia Marina. Surrender your hulls, thank you.
No, in the Royal Navy they'll go out fighting, but you know.
No, they will. It's more just you're going to die anyway because it gives that gives that crucial.
It would give you some interesting carrier battles in the Mediterranean in the early part of the war.
Yeah, it would.
Also, I do wonder if you would have had Glorious and Courageous both brought back for Norway if the Italians had a carrying operation. I have a feeling I think Glorious would have been left out in the Mediterranean fleet.
possible.
Which then brings about all sorts of other interesting things.
Hmm.
Now, Ramal, question. Do you think the Type 45 destroyers would be better as a multi-role class if they had Mark 41 VLS instead? You must remember they were actually fitted for Mark 41 VLS. They're just not fitted with it, and now they're not getting it. They're getting a VLS for the Sea Scepters instead. Now, the thing is, what does NAN stand for?
Okay, that's part of my dev. It is essentially it's a function that is unable to be resolved because it is not being provided with the information that it needs. It's just gotten tacked on there. I forgot to delete it out before I sent everything over to you.
Okay, no worries.
No,
Anyway,
it still works. It
it's-
just has an extra vestigial limb that
yeah.
I haven't finished developing yet.
Anyway, so basically, the thing is, if they had the Mark 41 VLS, they were going to have roughly 16 cells that are added onto the existing silver system. The silver system was chosen because it provides a faster launch mechanism for the Astra missiles, and therefore, Sea Viper, as the whole system is called in British service, has a slightly quicker reaction time. Now, because basically, if we're being honest, the silver VLSs, they are more of an air warfare VLS than a multi-purpose VLS. They're an air warfare VLS that's been developed into multi-purpose VLS, whereas the Mark 41 was always a multi-purpose VLS that was basically focused in on air warfare in terms of how the vertical launch system is structured. So, would it be better as multi-role destroyer class if they had their Mark 41s? Yes. If they were entirely Mark 41, that would be great. But the trouble is then you would get into the fight over what missiles would be fitted in them. And honestly, one of the troubles the Royal Navy has is every time it starts fitting more things with land attack missiles and Talon land attack missiles, is that not just other parts of the Navy think that you're after their job, but other parts of the British Armed Forces think you're after their job and start trying to campaign against you because they're all fighting over such a small pot of money. And the thing is, they're made to artificially fight over a small pot of money because of the way the Ministry of Defence accountancy works. So even if we are getting up to 2.5% of GDP being spent on the armed forces, you can guarantee they'll still be fighting because of the way the capital spend works and how it turns everyone's big project, which are the necessary cores of their force, into a fighting fight with each other. And it's just a pointless battle in the end. It really is. How many Clarks are needed to crew a Type 45? How many of me I would need to? How many? Do you mean how many of my family or how many of me? Because if it was my family, considering the skill sets across the family, the probably about 100 of us would do, considering our various skill sets. But in theoretically, the crew is supposed to be up at about 191 normally. So if it was just clones of me, after we'd learned all our required skills, yeah, let's go for 190. And then me as the captain, as I'd be the original. How would I make sure I knew the clones from myself? I'd have to give them all tattoos.
Or numbers. Numbers would also work.
Yeah, but numbers means they could just change their numbers, and I know me. I know how cunning I can be. So, considering that many variants of me, there's got to be one who's annoying and is going to try and take over from me. So, I've got to make sure I can keep that. I know which one. It's obvious to the ones who are on my side, or rather the others who will also be vying out for the position, who that person is. So, I need to make sure there's a nice visible methodology of working out who they are.
I mean, an invisible methodology would just be to add some junk onto their DNA that would tag them as the clones.
Yes, but also I think I could maybe inject them with a tracking thing, which I don't have in myself.
Possible.
It's something. We'll see. But Bomeo boy, what would happen if the Rivadarians arrived a year early and Argentina decided to join World War One on the Central Power side just after Coronel?
I mean, it creates some problems, as the Rivadavias are, without a doubt, the most powerful battleships in that region of the world, and short of anything that isn't a Queen Elizabeth or a 13.5-inch ship, will quite handily destroy any dreadnought battleship thrown against them.
I'm going to have to break you of that habit, because that's going to cause problems once I get the time stamping taken care of.
Okay. But, I just wanted a nice set of questions in front so I could read them all. I would say Rivadavias, if the Argentinians turned on that, I would say you'd probably find Chile and Brazil would decide that they were suddenly very pro-allies. Because
absolutely.
They would get the support of the Royal Navy, and the Royal Navy wouldn't have to send that much support to make the Rivadavias junk. To wipe out Argentina. So I think you could suddenly find that Argentina would fight its war against Brazil, Uruguay, and Chile, supported by the British in it. And, it's one of those scenarios where Argentina would very quickly find that they would be disabused of the notion that their life was going to be good. And if they fought because they bought the ships from America, America was going to...
Oh, yeah, completely. It's not a... It's really not a good idea for Argentina to do this.
You also have to remember how much Argentinian economy depends on exporting to Britain at this point. I think at this period we account for something like 60 to 70% of their export market.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the beef and other materials going out to the British and Empire forces fighting across the world.
Something like that.
So, yeah, it would be basically, it's a way of economic self-immolation and economic self-destruction, but also very quickly followed by their own self-destruction. Because, think about the Brazilian ships. If you add a couple of... And the Rivadavias, if I'm not mistaken, they don't arrive at the same time.
No, they don't.
So, basically, if one of them's arrived, because that would be it, because they arrive... Let's see, the two ships. Just making sure I have the details of the two ships so I can I've actually got it correct. Rivadavia is commissioned in August 1914, and Moreno is commissioned in February 1915. So I suppose if you do move them a year earlier, that's 1913 and 1914, so you've got both of them in service. But yeah, then there still doesn't really help much, because as good as they are as ships, they've also got some other small issues. Small issues in that they got 12-inch guns, so whilst they're good, you could theoretically send some 13.5-inch gun battleships down there and they could theoretically stand a chance versus them. It's the 12-inch 50 caliber Bethlehem gun, which is a very good gun, but it's not... How do I put this? It's not going to help them too much. Don't think the mine are going to... I think between Chile and Brazil, they're going to be in a bit of a trouble. But yeah. Interesting question. Question 2 from Ramal. Do you think that either Malta or CVO1 class were built that they are going to be better than the Midway class? Maltas were the British basically equivalents to the Midway, so better, probably not, but also probably not worse. It's half a dozen 1/6 of the other. They're going to be different. They're going to be equivalents, but different. And the CVO1s, I hope they'd be better in some ways. They weren't going to be about the same size as, but they're going to be better in some ways because they're going to be far more modern ships. The CVO1s we're talking about 1960s. If they're not better, you have a problem. So that's the thing. You have to think the Midways are very good ships and they upgrade them, but they must remember that you're upgrading an old ship. So you know you can't just hope it's not going to be magically stay the best. And for the Midways, I think if the Maltas had been built, it'd be interesting to have a look at the Midways because basically, as I said, the Midways and the Maltas are two sides of the same coin. In that one's the British side of that coin and the one's the American side of that coin. The American one slightly more emphasizes air group size. The British one will slightly emphasize more survivability. But each of them are both representative of the finest level of thinking they've got by that point in the war, completely free of treaty constraints. Agreed? Disagree?
Yeah, that's probably about right.
Well, I'm glad to see that the talkback system's working fairly well.
Yeah, it is. I am showing up as the most common this person in my own stream.
I would hope so. I
Yes.
hope you'd be the most common individual in your own stream,
That,
because otherwise,
again, yeah, that would be. I think that's the thoughts
Yeah.
that should occur.
Cody85. How long would you expect a hull in Star Trek to last, both in production use, with technological upgrades applicable? They last for centuries up in space. If they're well maintained and are not overly used and burnt out, yeah, they can last for a long, long time. As our current understanding of spacefaring goes. And I would say it's as our current understanding of spacefaring goes. We haven't yet found there are clouds of gases in space which corrode hulls. So theoretically, up there, they're corrosion free. Theoretically, he says. Runon?
It's going to depend a lot on how good is their inertial dampening.
Yeah.
And how high is their power to weight, or thrust to mass? Because if they're doing a lot of strain the space frame and make the inertial dampeners groan maneuvers, which you see the Galaxy and especially things like Voyager and what was Cisco's ship? Defiant do. That's a lot of stress on the hull that needs to be mitigated by some means.
Yes, but the interesting thing is that in the Star Trek universe is canon, and if I pull out... What have I got next to me? Ah, yes, what do I have? Hopefully. Starfleet ships. 2294 to the future. The fact they have that so close to me worries me, but we'll leave that to one side. And they do last for a very, very long time, the ships.
Yeah, but it seems like aside from the hero ships in Star Trek, and notable events like the Klingon War, the Dominion War, the war against the Borg, so on and so forth, Starfleet ships seem to see a lot of peacetime patrol duties.
Yeah. So basically, it's how you treat them again.
Yeah, but Steve, I would say it would be as simple as on that. It's just you make it so that the frame is heavied up and the plating is simply replaceable. Mm-hmm. Much like you would do with belt armor in the period the channel covers, where it's just okay, yeah, we've reached too many soft spots in the armor, air quotes. And now we're going to go and replace the panels that are damaged on the bow or what have you.
Yeah. It all depends on maintenance. Maintenance cannot be a dirty word if you want to keep your fleet going for a long time. Hendrik Brover, if you had a capital ship with high angle what?
I'm going to assume he's referencing high angle guns, but I don't know what purpose, so I guess we'll circle back to that one.
Yeah, are we talking main guns or a secondary battery?
Nope,
Dan
most
Freeman, when does
battleships
the...
have high-angle secondaries.
Mostly. When does the Fluffy Research Assistant expect to get his broad pennant? Currently, he's gone to sleep. He's a good boy. You're good. You behave yourself. Yes, you're a good boy. Yeah, he probably always expects his broad pennant, but you know. Guys, as crewing came up in Scuttlebutt 6, how big were to be the biggest Type 45 proposal? Daring 191, 295 max, and your paper Type 83. Actually, crewing these days is not does not really affect the size, or affected by the size of the ship, which might sound strange. It's easier to accommodate your crew on a larger ship, but you have to remember your crew, the crew numbers and crew personnel is more affected not by the size of the vessel, but by the systems you include, and how crew intensive they are, and how you want to run those systems. Whether those are systems which you'll run occasionally, in which case, let's say you can have someone turn up occasionally, who normally has other duties, or if you need to have dedicated personnel for it. One example I give is the difference between boat handling in the USN and most NATO navies. Boat handling these days is mostly done by semi-automated cranes, which have one person watching them. Even when the USN put that onto Zumwalts, they still have, I think it's a 6-person crew, show up dedicated and sit there, just in case they need to take it over manually. Whereas on most other NATO ships, it is dealt with as a damage control function. If the system goes wrong, then it's a damage control. You call the nearest personnel who are free, boom, 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 in, and you form an ad hoc party. You don't have someone there. Now that's going to affect, if you need to have 6 people free every time you're launching and recovering boats, and they have to be free to do it dedicated the whole time, that means you need to carry 6 crew for that job. Probably more. Probably it's going to work a function about 12 personnel you need to carry for that sort of role, who are going to be doing that and will be doing other duties in the meantime when they're not needed, but that's considered their primary role. So that changes your crewing. So these days, crews are mostly a function of the systems and how you're going to run and crew the ship. So basically, honestly, for crew numbers, I don't think our Type 83 was that much larger crew personnel than a Type 45. Because honestly, most of the systems you're talking about that were included in Type 83 are just larger versions of what are in a Type 45 in terms of the volume they deal with. So they don't require that many more people as a whole. Anything you want to say?
No. These are all questions where I'm just content to sit and go, yes. Everything the man says is true. Yes.
Yeah. Automation's useless if you don't reduce staffing to meet it.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the US Navy. Is the trouble for them is that to change the staffing numbers of some of their jobs, they actually have to go to Congress, because they're pretty much mandated almost by Congress. So they spend the money to get the fancy system, and then they have to deal with the fact that their crew numbers and crusaders have been... And this is also one of the big issues the USN has is the amount of paperwork their officers have to spend their lives filling in. I remember a couple of years ago, and there was all sorts of fancy reasons come up for why the ships had those accidents. But I also remember the fact that it was at the time which the officers had gone down, and the USN, the amount of paperwork had gone up. And I just remember sitting in a video, I think it was a Bill Trump talking and going, the USN needs to bring back writers, which are dedicated members of staff on a ship, who are literally there to deal with the admin paperwork that's sent to officers.
Wasn't Jingles a writer?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he's the one that introduced me to the concept. But
they have to be very smart, very capable people, personnel, crew. But literally, they are there to make sure that the officer can do the officer's job rather than spending their life doing paperwork. And the trouble is, some people turn around and say, well, they have the pay department and they have these admin people aboard a ship anyway. And you go, yes, but they're not. They're there to deal with other administration work, not to deal with the paperwork which the officers get. And you always, what you usually had on a ship, and still do to an extent on most Royal Navy ships, is you have one who's dedicated pretty much to the captain, and then you have a pool of a couple of others who are there to help the other officers out. And they basically spend their watch duty is to do this work. But guess what they also are, those writers, usually? When you need someone for a problem which you're dealing with, let's say you need someone to go man a boat crew, as in to watch that boat coming in and out, because you do have emergency. Guess who you can grab? Quite easily.
Writer!
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they're doing a paperwork job. You can leave a paperwork job. You can't leave cleaning out the engine or crewing the engine. So they're actually a really useful resource to have. They act as a force multiplier in so many ways, and there are so many people willing to attack them because you go, oh, they're not part of the fighting strength. They are. They're not part of the fighting strength as you understand it, because you're just looking at people chucking guns, firing guns at each other. But think about all the people who have to behind them to make sure they can fire those guns. And think about all the paperwork officers have to submit for new spare parts, to redo the inventory, to make sure all the training certificates have been done, to make sure, all the write-ups they have to do for their crew, for them to get all the things they need for their career progression, and on the training slots they have to do. If there's no people there like the writers, you need the officers. The officers, it all falls on the officers to do it.
For reference, I had a 4-day work week this past week. I spent the first 3.5 days doing paperwork. And that's just for me, so that I can create a paper trail up and out to show my bosses, both on the client side of the fence and my actual employer side of the fence, that I am doing my job, I'm doing it to standard, and where all the money that they're spending that I'm charging them is going. Mm-hmm. It took me, and to make sure I get parts in, it took me 3.5 days to play catch up on stuff because of how our fiscal years work. That was 3.5 days that I could not be working on anything else because I needed to get all of that done. Now, will I need to spend another 3.5 days in the immediate future? Probably not. But every hour I spend doing that paperwork is an hour I don't spend doing my job, air quotes, knowing that that paperwork is part of my job.
And the trouble,
and that's just in a civilian, non-deployed position.
And it became the vogue that officers had to do their paperwork while they were standing watch. So they were having to divide their attention between running the watch and making sure that was all right and doing their paperwork.
That is one of, if not the worst ideas I have ever heard.
Yes,
which is impressive.
But what I heard for all discussions about those things, everyone was blaming the officers, and no one was looking at the system and going, "Have we mucked up?" And do you know what I did love? One of the funniest things I saw someone produce as an idea. It was an admiral involved said, "Really, what we need is to have them fill out forms to assess what they're doing with their time."
Oh, for the love of Mike!
So to try and deal with the paperwork taking over their time, you're producing more paperwork. No, stop it. MacArthur runs in and wins the 1944 presidential election. Although there's not much of the war left after inauguration, what happens? MacArthur with nuclear under control the nuclear button. MacArthur will probably want to. MacArthur will not only want to win the war in the Far East. He'll want to win the war in Europe personally, and he'll want to push everything back so he is undoubted king of the world. We are talking about a man who did flirt with dropping nuclear bombs in Korea. Yeah, it's just. It's Fu? Has Fu run off?
He had to leave, which is quite annoying because I figured I could get the two of you to go back and forth while I just look at it and be like, this is a terrible idea, but it occurred to me and I figured it'd be a good discussion point.
It's a scary idea is what it is.
I wouldn't be 100% surprised if he switches the focus, if he does everything he can to switch the focus from Europe to the Pacific.
Oh, well, no, if he's now president, the trouble is he won't be able to directly run the Pacific. He will have to let someone else run it, so that's going to be his first problem. He's going to hate that. And he's going to want to finish Europe quickly so he can win the Pacific. And so it's going to be interesting. What's happening?
Yeah, I was looking at your chat there, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on there?
What, the sheer number of Alexander Clarks was in question received?
No, just your whole live chat as displayed on the stream feed, not on the the YouTube instance,
Yeah.
was like reformatting itself.
Occasionally does it. Okay. So MacArthur, basically it's a mess, but I think he'll probably be handled by Churchill. Also, you will have the interesting thing of MacArthur meeting Stalin. And goodness knows what comes of that. And MacArthur is even more anti-communist than Churchill, so there could be a real... It will be really interesting to see what would happen.
He's both more anti-communist and not nearly as good a politician as Churchill.
Yeah. Yeah, he thinks he is, though. That's even more troubling.
Yeah.
Alex and Fu from Steve. I have a hypothetical UAD challenge with Dr. Clarke controlling Spain, and you, Fu, are his director of naval construction. What are your plans in the 1890s to kick the USA off your lawn in the Caribbean and Far East? Not happening.
What do you mean not? Well, first of all, I don't know if I have the time.
Well, okay. What we might do is at some point is we might see if we can do a joint UAD challenge where we're both playing UAD versus each other online. How's that sound?
That would be interesting.
You can be Spain and I can be America.
Sure, bring it. It won't be the first time I've kicked the United States' buttocks in as the Spanish Armada.
Yeah. My coach, are questions via YouTube only, or can we also use Discord? Currently, Discord seems to be locked down.
I did not open the Discord. Simply, well, one, because I kind of wanted to see if I get away with it. Two, because I want it. Discord tends to run YouTube over like crazy.
Yes, it really does. Aggressively so, in fact.
And
we are
trying to get things ready for when we can do both in dual streaming in both Twitch and YouTube. So for the 36
in which case we're gonna you can't have 3 inputs and have it all work anywhere near properly.
And to give you all a rough idea of when those 36 hours are going to be, it's probably going to be on from 12 p.m. on a 23rd of Saturday 23rd to midnight Sunday the 24th. That is probably when I'm going to run it. Health and well-being, true, and of course that's going to kick off the Christmas season.
Yeah, and we're
running
now
from the 24th of November to the 24th of January.
We haven't gotten tied into anything that's too deep into the weeds. We're taking about 3 minutes a question, based on how many we've got answered. So there may be. I think there's a way that I can create threads. Have it so people can create threads. So like I know Hendrik likes to post technical drawings alongside their pictures.
Yeah.
Where it is a little bit more work on your guys' end, and I apologize for that. But if you had something that you wanted to supply pictures or diagrams or what have you with, you could create a thread off of that question.
Ooh.
It is theoretically possible. I just need to poke at it to make sure that it can be done. So,
Ramon, question 3. What are your thoughts on the Grum AF Guardian and how they have been working in pairs? Each aircraft has different loadouts to hunt submarines effectively. It makes sense. Let's be honest. if you are able to carry enough, great. But if you're not, then work in a pair.
Oh, that's old school.
You know, what they did was they had one which carried various, mainly sensor systems, and one which carried weapons as a rule. And they did well.
God help the pilot who bellied the thing in, though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In an ideal world, you'd want one aircraft that could do both, could be the sensor and the attacking weapon. But in the time we're talking about, and we are talking about 1950, and the first flight was December 1945, they were very good for what they did. They're also the Grumman aircraft, which looks the closest to the Fairey Firefly in terms of its layout and shaping. And if you're not sure what I mean, take a look at its picture and put it in profile next to a Fairey Firefly, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Grumman aircraft are normally very pugnacious. This looks more Firefly-ish.
Grandfather worked for Grumman.
It's a good firm to work for.
Sorry.
They were a good firm to work for. They produced some very fine aircraft. And you always have to remember that if they had won the argument to get the YF-23, it could have been them, not Lockheed, who stayed in existence.
I mean, Grumman's still around. They just got eaten/merged with Northrop.
And they got Northrop. I think Northrop aren't around either. They got they merged with Grumman, and then it's 1994. I think they went.
Yeah, Northrop Grumman.
I think
Northrop
so.
Grumman, Northrop Grumman are still going. No, they are still going. They are. They did the B2, of course, and all those things. Sorry,
I think they also got the contract for the B-21.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They're fairly good at the bombers. But my brain was basically that they've basically been kicked out of the fighter market.
Yeah, Republic is dead. I think Fairchild Republic has gone under, been acquired by somebody.
It's like when you realise that you are now old enough that the B-21 has actually got 3 aircraft built.
McDonnell Douglas bought Boeing with Boeing's money.
Yeah.
I thought it was the other way around.
When you look at the leadership, there's a lot of leadership that managed to survive and get similar or higher positions in Boeing's leadership.
So are we saying that technically McDonnell Douglas leading Boeing may maybe be the reason why Boeing may have slightly possibly fallen off a cliff?
Based on some of the reading that I've done of whatever, for what little it's worth, stuff online and articles, the song that Boeing is currently singing is not necessarily a cover of McDonnell Douglas's song, but it certainly rhymes.
Although, in other news from major, how do I put this, American corporations, I have just been told that I can now recognize viewers as VIPs on Twitch.
Woot.
Excellent. Well, I'm off to go and get my season pass.
Everybody gets a diamond.
Goodness gracious me.
That'd be
fun.
That would be somewhat funny, yes.
What about the non-RFA merchant ships? Do they also become part of Navy? It depends. If their ships taken up from trade and taken under Navy controls, then they can have naval regulations applied to them, but it's dependent upon the contract applied when they're taken up from trade. If they are merchant ships just acting in convoy duties, then they're not applied full naval regulations. And yes, you
All
are.
right,
you are basically forced to keep sailing, but the British have other ways of doing it other than just taking people into the navy. If about Hendrik Beaufort, if about a ship with that's sort of a question from Hendrik coming through. Where is my badge? You've got your badge in YouTube. There's a badge next to you in YouTube. I've got to modify some badges. But the badge in
Hendrik Botha. Sorry.
Yeah, Hendrik Beaufort. If a battleship with eight Hangel 11-inch 34 caliber guns with 250 barrel life per gun for only 10,000. I think it's more than 1,080 tons, because you're basically saying that you're going to fit eight 11-inch guns on a Flower class corvette. I think we probably need a bit more than that.
No, he's talking about. I think he's talking about 1,080 tons per turret.
I feel like that's still light for an 11-inch 34 caliber gun.
And 250 for roughly carrying 2,000 shells.
That's
and propellant.
That divides into either 4 2-gun turrets or two 3s quads. And a 2,
or 2 quads.
I don't think you wouldn't do 2 quads. I don't think you could do 2 quads on 1080s. You might be able to do it, but boy, howdy, would it be tight. And then you have all the interesting issues with getting quad turrets to work, unless you pull a French Navy and just go take 2 twin turrets and put them together with a little bit of green stuff.
That's one less gun than the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had. But also... the shell weight. I was kind of interesting because it says 2,000 shells and propellant for 1,080 tons. Technically, for the CH-34, the shells are 320 kilograms, roughly each, or rather ranging between 315 and 336. So surprisingly light. Yeah. The fact that Gneisenau Shisa turret survives in Norway worries me sometimes. The sheer amount of large guns which survive in Norway and Sweden and Finland, and then people tell me, we've lost the ability to create these large guns. And I go, yes, but someone's been keeping these guns going for Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Has anyone checked with Bofors?
Yeah, it's amazing how much you can get away with when people think that what you're doing is completely obsolete and outdated. Quite shocking, really.
Anyway, so you've got 8-inch angle. How useful could that large amount of main gun be? It's always useful to have more ammunition. Most ships carried roughly 250 shells per main gun. That's roughly what you're normally talking about around navies. Yes, there's variance in this. Some are as low as 150, some are higher, but it's around 250 is the normal figure per gun. So you think about that when you're carrying, let's say, a 15-inch 42. So let's say you've got 8 of those. Your shells weigh in at roughly 900 kilograms or 0.9 tons. You've got 8 of them, and you're carrying 250. You're carrying 250 shells per gun. So that means you're carrying 2,000 shells, which works out at about, if I'm remembering my maths, 1,800 tons of shells. That's quite a lot of weights when you think about all that explosive power. And that's just your main battery guns, your main battery shells. Now, high angle for a major gun is anything over. You're not. Don't think you're getting them up to 85 degrees or anything. If you could get them up to 85 degrees, great. But you're going to do your hulling when you fire them. Yeah. So high angle for a very large caliber gun, a battleship or battleship grade main gun, is about 45 to 50 degrees. Now, at 30 degrees, with the streamlined shell from HMS Vanguard, could fire from those 15-inch 42s 34.5 kilometers. The firing range from the regular guns at their maximum at 30 degrees was roughly 30.5 kilometers. So basically, Vanguard's streamlined shell with all sorts of things managed to get it up by roughly 4 kilometers. Which is useful. If you can go to 45 degrees, you can actually go slightly further because of the way things arch. But yeah, you're probably talking usefulness. It's going to give you about probably 45 kilometers worth of range.
Sorry to derail us, gentlemen, but correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding of British history here. But Cromwell was the leader of the interregnum, right?
Yes.
The Republican forces.
Yeah.
Knight, I think that might be an exceptionally good clue as to why a member of the royal family would not want to name a Royal Navy ship after somebody who usurped the usurped the monarchy,
organized the execution of the monarch.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the whole really didn't do a great deal of what might be termed good for the United Kingdom standing diplomatically. And
he was very good for us standing diplomatically. He scared the bejesus out of Europe.
He may have done, but he did some questionable things.
Napoleon was the first one who scared the bejesus out of Europe. No, Cromwell, to stop battle wars in Europe, would just offer both sides. Would you like me to show up with my army? They suddenly decided peace was far better than Cromwell and his army showing up. It was an amazing balm on things.
I can't. I don't know why, but I just can't understand why somebody wouldn't name one of their vessels has His Majesty's ships in the current day and age prefix attached to it.
Well, the other one, the one that's the real disappointment is, of course, Pitt, who was British Prime Minister, who King George V rejected for a very simple reason. He pointed out what sailors would do with the word Pitt, especially as HMS Pitt.
This is actually something I feel that I can answer, Timu. The Cromwell tank is, I believe, a Churchill nomenclature, and the British Army is not the Royal British Army. It is just the British Army.
Yes.
No, it is the Royal Army.
No.
I'm fairly certain.
No, the British Army is not. The Royal Navy, there's the Royal Air Force, and there's the British Army. There are regiments which are royal regiments, and there are regiments which are not. Because the British Army was formed by the fusing of the Royalist armies and the Parliamentarian armies. Which is why there's an argument over the oldest Guards regiment in the oldest regiment in the British Army, and whether or not it's the Coldstreamers. Because technically they're monks regiment.
Oh, damn, it's the name I can't pronounce, and I feel really bad every time I see it because I can't pronounce the damn thing.
Shivra.
Thank you. What are the odds of you doing a video/series on naval architecture?
Well, I sort of did that in the year of technology, but there is tempted to do things again because people keep asking me questions like the history of technology on stuff on things like propeller design, etc. So I am considering maybe doing something or doing a key design sort of series, or adding in key designs to key leadership series. So we'd end up with key ships, key aircraft, key leaders, and key design features. Although I realise that would probably be only about 10 episodes. Key design features. Because, you start off with propellers, and then you start off some of the other naval architecture concepts. It's fun.
Chandler
Dave
Channel.
Harrison, they are nicknamed
Chandel.
Pontius Pilot's Bodyguard for a reason. Yes.
Say Britain/Spain decide to build a modern cruiser with a modern version of the county's guns. How similar/different are they to the York-class cruiser? I'll tell you this much.
What do you mean?
They're going to have way better range and accuracy on those guns.
What do you mean in terms of modern cruiser?
I assume lay down a cruiser with 3 triples or 3 quads today.
Well, first of all, any cruiser with more turrets than 2 is no. First of all, no. You use ideally if you have 3 turrets, you have 3 singles. If you have 2, you have 2 twins.
Yeah, but that's not the premise of the question, though.
They said a modern cruiser with the county's guns. They didn't say how I had to arrange those guns.
Okay, all right, fine. I'll go back to my reading comprehension classes. I still haven't found that textbook.
Start off with the Tiger class and the county class destroyers, and you see it's about 2 turrets is usually what you're going for, main guns, and twins or triples.
If we're using, it would probably be twin auto-loading versions of the county's guns rather than ones worked manually.
Oh yeah.
Basically, I mean, there was a design that works basically the 6-inch auto-loading turrets, but just embiggened. Literally just run through the printer at 125% to get an 8-inch.
Now, on the subject, you should realise that as of 2023, the Royal Navy, the Regia Marina, and Japan are all working on a 8-inch electromagnetic railgun between them.
Railguns I know I'm probably going to get shot for this, but they are not a concept that I really want them to be pursuing.
Well, they work quite well, my friend. The thing is, it's a case of there is a lot of technology to develop for them to work. It's going to be a big evolution.
Destroy their own barrels.
So do regular guns. Regular guns destroy their own barrels.
Yes, but I will point out
we have to do relining of barrels. It's because the gunfire destroys the barrels.
I'm aware of that, but we get barrel lives in the high hundreds of rounds for modern 5-inch guns. And a railgun has a barrel life that would make a Littorio's blush.
Yes, but the trouble is,
the U.S. DARPA railgun program was getting barrel lives in the mid-hundreds of rounds. It was comparable to I think either 14 or 15-inch main gunfire of World War II. It is a lot higher than a 5-inch gun. Absolutely. A 5-inch conventional gun will have a much longer barrel life than any railgun system we currently have on the books. Yeah. But the barrel life is not that short that if you want the rate of fire and the low cost of the projectile and the range, it is not so short to be a prohibiting factor. It's far more the
and what I would say is you've got the interesting
you're brand new. That's how you got in here. Okay.
The interesting things you've got is Britain, Japan, and Italy involved. Now think about what each of those three countries bring to the table.
Very good metalwork.
Britain brings the guidance and control systems. Italy brings a lot of the systems about stabilization, gun stabilization, and accuracy, thanks to Otto Malera. And Japan, who's the only nation with sort of functioning maglev trains?
Well, I would say, there's three. There's Germany, Japan, and China, but China nicked off with Germany's, but hey ho.
And of those three, which would you say is the best?
Japan.
Well, the Germans sort of abandoned their proposals, and the Japanese are the only ones currently building a high-speed maglev line to run any appreciable distance in the world right now.
Yeah. Also, too.
What's a key point?
Japan has of those three nations. Japan is the only one which has this absolutely absurdly high reputation of keeping to schedule. It's quite obnoxious in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
So with all that being said, there is actually a part of me which goes, I don't know if this will be ready in time for the Type 83s. But I think it's something which probably will have to be factored into the design as something they could have in their life, be fitted with. And it probably will be start off as 2 singles. Because that'll be the cheaper way to go. But realistically, you want 2 twins. And if you got 2 twins firing a railgun 8-inch railguns, that's a lot of firepower. That's a big boost in the firepower capability of those ships.
I mean, it is. I am with as much look. The reason I'm so skeptical is that I used to be a proponent of guns on ships, and I used to be down that rabbit hole. And then I swung the other way, and I'm looking at missiles and other things, and I'm going, you really don't need anything more than a single 5-inch gun on a modern service combatant nowadays.
It depends, because...
Are you sure?
Let me put it this way. The reason I would say it depends, and the big problem which we're dealing with is the Americans have just recently, very recently, managed to do a VLS, a replenishment at sea. They've tried it again. And they did it on a TCO class cruiser from a replenishment ship. All sorts of specialist equipment and specialist personnel involved to go, yes, we can do this. What they loaded was an empty VLS canister to prove they could do it. Not a full one. And they only did one.
I mean, that is true.
And the thing is...
That is true, I will give you that.
You can reload shells and guns a lot easier than you can missiles.
No, that's very true. I will...
And
I will...
The reality you're coming to in war is logistics matters, and this is the lesson of Ukraine. And you just a lesson of Ukraine, all sorts of these things going on, and just look at the rate of production we have going for missiles versus shells already.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, that's a point. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I hadn't considered the fact that we're moving to a position now where it's not the Cold War anymore, where yes, you're looking at saturation, but you're not looking at... Because the Cold War, there was saturation, but then VLS came along and just changed the paradigm of how many missiles you could carry.
No, they changed the paradigm of how quickly you could launch those missiles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The existing rail launchers, you had them carried about the same missiles in your magazine as you did in the VLS. But the thing is, you could launch them so much more rapidly because you're basically, to launch, all you have to do is to fire. You don't have to maneuver them onto the arm, then point the arm and fire.
No, just open flap, away you go.
But the other advantage you had, and you have to remember, this was an advantage which we often forgot about in the Cold War, was that basically the navies were going to be operating between supply lines. Think about it. The ships, they could come into Norway and supply, or the north of the UK and supply. They could get into Iceland and supply. And even then, we had some replenishment sea working on for resupplying missiles if we could. And this is the other big thing carriers fulfill, which people often forget about the joy of carriers and royal carriers. These are ships you can actually resupply at sea with missiles. You can actually restock a carrier at sea with its full weapons load. Which means your outer air defenses can expend their missiles as often as you want, and you can restock them as long as you've got the supplies.
And I'm going to wave in here in defense of the humble gun tube, be it electromagnetic or combustible propellant. A Pac 2 missile, which
They are expensive.
which is what the Patriot fires, clocks in at around $4 million disclosed cost.
Mm-hmm.
They are highly complicated and expensive to create. We can make air defense shells for fractions of that cost using tried and true technology that's nothing fancy relative to what we can do today. The same will likely, as long as there's not that much extra, as long as there's not but so much extra lift to go from a gun cotton, standard propellant gun system to a railgun system in terms of loading on the shells and any sort of variable time fuse or guidance package. It will likely be cheaper to use that as your delivery method versus a missile. In addition, with at least something like a updated CWIS, you can put out this wall of interference between you and any sort of sea skimming or fast moving into hypersonics system as your absolute last line of defense, and not have to worry about shooting out your VLS cells and then having to send that ship home or send that ship to the modern equivalent of Ulithi to get restocked.
Ethan Yang, you're putting questions in the chat. If you want to, just stick I question or something in front of them, and then they'll turn up in this eventually. So that we'll get to them. Otherwise, you might lose them. Exclamation
point. Question.
Just put that at the beginning, because they're interesting questions, and I do want to get to them, but the trouble is, they're in there, and I'm going through the question list.
I got to figure out why Google will not sign in to the Powder Monkey account for YouTube. It just completely refuses to do it. It just stares at me and goes...
For those who are clarifying, because they're thinking why Leslie knows so much about Japan, Leslie Mitchell is an absolute Kyoto aficionado and is a really, really high-level Kyoto practitioner. And he has spent more time in Japan than probably anyone other than anyone who's not Japanese at this point. So the fact that he has said that he's seen someone on Japanese television apologizing for a train leaving 30 seconds early, doesn't surprise me because of the amount of times I know people involved in Japanese rail who've heard some stories. But also, if Leslie says it, it's more than likely true, because Leslie's not the type to wind up on those sort of things. There are things he will wind you up on, and I won't give you a heads up what those will be, but he will wind you up on them, because he does have a devilish sense of humor. But it's not that.
Can confirm, he's more than happy to wind you up if he feels the need to. But
Ethan, basically, if you've seen the thing, it's I question, and exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark, Q&A, and exclamation mark.
Yep,
query
there you go.
Will get you into Thank you. Perfect. That's perfect, Ethan. Thank you.
So,
no, I'm not. Yes, you are.
And
you're very, very
for anybody in the chat, there is a command exclamation point Powder Monkey, and it will spit out the all the valid commands to get into queue, as well as put its response into the queue, because we don't have it set up so that it knows which ones to ignore, which makes things fun.
GeoGuy, question. If the Kingdom Drift class were designed to have the main armament upgradable with uniform turret ring sect, how much would the class have been delayed? Would Prince of Wales have made it to Denmark Strait? Depends what you're upgrading them to and what's available.
Honestly, if that's the case, and that's how they're designed. So that's their design principle from the start. So we're not changing, like, it's not a revision added later. That's designed from the start. What you see is no delay to the KGV. You just see different batches. So the first two will have 14s, the second two might have 15s, and then the third two, and then either the last one, or they might lay down another one for three pairs, might have 16s. So you'd have three distinct batches of KGV with different guns as they go forwards.
The easiest way to do it would actually be to have it as 3 triple turrets, and have it so that turrets were designed so that they could be fitted with either easily fitted with either a 15-inch, a 14-inch, a 15-inch, or a 16-inch gun. That would be the easiest way to do it.
And basically what they're fitted with is basically dependent entirely on what exactly has, what the state of the world is. So the first pair will be okay. Treaties are still in place as far as we're concerned, as far as we're aware. Bugger, we're building 14-inch guns. Next pair are like, okay, treaties have collapsed, 15s. And then the next pair, treaties have collapsed. We don't have the 16s yet, but we can get the 15s. 15s.
The thing is, if they're under construction, I say be under construction at that time, and all the things, and it's upgradable in the turret design, and it's just a modified turret. You honestly could see them being upgraded. They could automatically. It wouldn't even be like that with the pairs and ordering, because they probably order them originally and then go, right, we're going to fit these with 14s. The world goes to pot. Right then, we've got 15-inch guns ready to go. Come on, 15-inch on there. While they're working on the 16-inch project, because you got the 15-inch shells and everything ready to go. So you just go. So basically, what you would probably get is the King George V's. About probably 4 of them would come in with 15-inch guns, and probably the 5th one would come in with 16-inch guns. And then you'd probably have the Lions and just continue on from it.
Yeah, probably.
What?
So probably it would be Hal would have 16-inch guns.
All right, I'm going to detour us once again because I'm watching chat here. I am going to presume, from the fact that this is a question, that Knight 6831 is referencing a current ship that was the name of which was proposed to be Cromwell, or supposed to have Cromwell proposed for it, that was struck down by the current king, King Charles. When there was a C-class in World War II that was named Cromwell. It is if that is based on that assumption, that is true.
There's been no HMS Cromwell recently. There's nothing for Cromwell under current construction. We haven't gotten to the C's. We haven't got through the B's yet. We're on the A class.
Well, this is in the C-class destroyers, World War II.
Yeah,
is what he's referencing. 1943 is the date he's provided. 14th Emergency Flotilla, Cromwell, ex-Cretan, hull number R30 or pennant number R35.
Yeah, she was allowed for as a destroyer. She was allowed for as a destroyer. But that's different from having her as a battleship. And that was basically Churchill pushed it through. But
I'm going to finish my response tonight, and then I'm going to tap Carl on the head as well. When you have several hundred ships, it is far less important if you name one after somebody who overthrew the monarchy and led the interim government than if you only have a couple of dozen to vaguely 50 hulls, 75 hulls the Royal Navy currently has.
And of course, let's also not forget that we've got the monarchy. While the monarchy is overall popular in this country, the last thing that we really need is to bring a symbol of republicanism into the forefront by naming one of our large combatants after it.
So it's for the king, for the crown, or somebody acting in the name thereof to deny a ship the name of Cromwell today makes far more sense than to deny it in the 30s and the 40s and the preceding periods.
Depends what it is. If you're talking about a battleship, I seem to remember the classes we're talking about were the Iron Duke class, which were going to be quite prominent ships, and then the Queen Elizabeth class, which Churchill proposed there be an Orville Cromwell amongst them. I can't think why that was definitely vetoed by the royal. That was vetoed by the monarch of going no. Then a destroyer comes in World War II, and frankly, they're not going to get in the way of a destroyer. That's not the point. But there is a difference point between let me put it this way: naming a ship after a battleship, or again, it's the level of ships we're talking about. Naming a capital ship after someone like Oliver Cromwell versus naming a destroyer, which was an escort after Oliver Cromwell, is a very different thing. Churchill can push through and go, Churchill can add it into the seas, and frankly, for the seas, have a look at the sea class. That's also, by the way, that ship is one of the ones sold to Norway in 1946. So it's with the Royal Navy for not a long time.
It pretty much gets launched, commissioned, sold.
Yeah.
Like, goodbye, you were here for all of 1 second, war's over, now go and be with the Norwegians for us. Yeah, okay, good, thanks, bye.
Yeah.
I went down and looked at it. Cromwell, if I remember correctly, was previously called Cretan, and they decided not to call it Cretan. They changed it to Cretan, and it was launched in August 1946, commissioned in September 1946, and given to Norway as Bergen in 1946. And it literally came into the Norwegian Navy in... Yeah, it was commissioned in Royal Navy in September 1946. It was sold to the Norwegian Navy on the 1st of November. I think it was on the 1st of November 1946. So it was with the Royal Navy for like 6 weeks.
Pretty much, probably just long enough for the RN to be able to say, yeah, it's not going to light itself on fire. Mm-hmm. Great. Here you go.
We're not using it.
Yeah, and just because I mentioned this earlier, I actually redid my reading on Carl's comment, and I don't need to beat him over the head because he's exactly right, so I'm not going to beat him over the head.
Okay.
So moving on to Fun Police, now that I've derailed us sufficiently for this hour at least. Question: What single supply delivery or lack of said delivery had the largest impact?
On history?
Let me have a poke and have a look.
What?
I would argue that it was probably the shipment of, simply because it changed the world, the shipment of uranium ore from the Congo to the United States that happened during the Second World War, since that enabled in large part progress on the atomic bomb to continue, and that device changed human history as we know it. It didn't impact the war, but it changed history as we know it, and that one shipment made it possible.
You could also make an argument for the initial deliveries of Fat Man or Little Boy. That is very much it may be on a heavy cruiser, but it is still a supply delivery first and foremost.
True.
If you're talking naval history,
arriving in Malta, but I would say the biggest supplier, if you want to have a big thing which affected the whole war versus Spain at the time, there's the breaking of the Great Siege of Malta, Great Siege of Gibraltar. The fact that the British supply line straight through it, and for supplies not getting through, there's the fact that the supplies to the various American holdouts like Yorktown, etc., didn't get through in time because of the battles. But the thing is, there's so many examples, because most war is logistics, and quite often you're fighting to stop supplies or get supplies through.
But I thought war was all about the flash and the shiny and the who had the top trumps.
No,
Oh,
that's movies.
please.
That's movies. That's cinema.
Oh, okay. I see. My mistake.
When you get down to brass tacks, it's all about the numbers. Although what I will say is there is a tendency to overlook how small things can change the bigger picture. So yes, while it is mostly about macro scale in terms of history and economics, one person in one place doing one thing can make all the difference in the world.
Oh yeah,
Like the occasional, like the first German naval radio man who forgot to trash his Enigma device before his sub scuttled itself.
Yeah, or the fact that there was the ones who like to write "Hail Hitler" in front of every single one of their messages.
Yeah, pro tip, kids: if you have encrypted messages with a rolling cipher, don't use the same words in each message, or at least don't use them back
in the
to back.
Same place, in the same words, in the same place in every single message.
Yeah, it doesn't. Don't do it, kids. It's a bad thing.
And I was just checking. For some reason, chat was saying hello, everyone, and that's why I was checking it through. Steve, what answer to your question, Runo? What happens if Indianapolis is sunk on the way to Trinidad? Then another heavy cruiser is called up to do the route again, and possibly this time they send another escort. They send it with an escort of submarines or destroyers or submarines to make sure it can get through past submarines. The war is delayed by a month or so. Shandlord, how does the pre-World War I naval race change if the Kaiser, after seeing the designs of Nassau and Volontan, decide that Germany will only build fast capital ships?
Well, this is one of those things where... Okay, so this is a reverse of a question that I had on Ramblings either this week or last week, which was basically what if Germany builds no battle cruisers and just battleships? However, unlike the previous question, where it's a bad idea because you need a fast wing in order to contest the RN's battle cruisers, because otherwise you just lose the war. If the Germans are building fast capital ships only, aka every slip is being used for fast units, then you've got basically an entire formation of German vessels that is breaking at least 23 knots, maybe 24, for their battleships, and you probably will still have a separate faster wing that will be going 27, 28 knots. But we all know what's going to happen, because this isn't happening in a vacuum. The Royal Navy is going to take one look at this, crack its knuckles, and go, all right, that's how we're playing it, is it?
Parsons, John Brown, enjoy.
Yep, basically.
And you also have to remember that the other interesting thing, and this is always the point I get into, is who supplies the turbines for the German Navy, mostly?
Yeah, we know. Parsons and John Brown.
It was pretty much all Parsons. So...
Listen, I'm sure having your major rival on the world stage be the principal supplier of a highly complicated, highly critical component for your nation's war
we used the Germans for our shell detonators, the nicest way. Well, no one was basking in glory then. We at least did wise up before the Germans did, on terms of, okay, we need to develop our own detonators, and that came about 1910. We started work on that, but yeah, we've been in a naval race with them since about 20 years by the time we realised that one.
We all make mistakes in the heat of capitalism.
At that point, I think we were still partially mercantilism rather than capitalism.
Yeah, but blaming capitalism is funnier.
Yeah, and mercantilism just sounds weirder, but it's actually it's so much more strange. But what you have to remember, kids, is mercantilism. The economics of communism are based on a version of mercantilism, not anti-capitalism. And once you realise that, you realise why communism as an economic policy tends to go wrong, because it exacerbates the worst parts of mercantilism.
You basically can't have communism
I thought it was because of capitalists interfering.
No, it's because mercantilism is based on control of resources. And that's why mercantilism is the economic theory which underpins imperialism.
Yep.
This is why when people say economics has nothing to do with imperialism, I laugh at them. Because the entire reason for setting up empires in most of the European nations was a mercantilist worldview. And mercantilism was their worldview. Now, but yeah, if the Germans do that, then the people who really suffer are going to be the US Navy. You're going to have to explain to Till they need to build faster as well as bigger ships.
Although you may actually see the US
cry,
basically well, yes, but you may actually see the US may actually go, okay, we have two choices. Either we build fast battleships or we somehow convince Congress to give us the money to build 2 battleships and a battle cruiser every year.
Good luck either way. Good luck either way. It'll be wonderful.
Yeah, good luck either way.
I'll be rooting for you. I'll be rooting for you. But the thing is, the bigger problem you have is the British will probably go for a battle cruiser line of about 32 knots, which the Germans will then find really annoying and have to work out. And because that's what they did with Renown, Repulse, and Hood, officially. And they'll probably end up pushing. Honestly, knowing the British will end up going trying to push for a battleship line of between 25 and 28 knots. Because that's what they were considering for the Queen Elizabeths. And the thing is, all that does is that means the Queen Elizabeths and the R's are definitely fast battleships, but if the Germans are doing it earlier, then... The really interesting thing is going to be the small tube boiler development. Because the way the British were already pushing on that route and how they approach diesels, because what you could do, theoretically with the gearbox at the time, is you could hook up all the gearboxes to diesel engines, which could provide up to 18 knots to provide the 18 knots cruising speed on by the power of 4 propellers, and that then saves fuel. Because you then, through the same gearboxes, you have direct drive turbines connected up, and you switch over to the steam turbines when you want to go to higher speed, and you have the small tube boilers set up for that, and then you shoot up to really high speed, or you just run it through through geared turbines, and you try and do it efficiently through that, which is probably what they would do. But you know, they could go the joint gearbox route. The Germans would probably end up going the gearbox route. But it would be kind of interesting because the British would it's kind of thing of under that scenario you probably get small tube boilers if it's von der Tann, and so that would mean you'd have to get small tube boilers or being looked at or something prior to the Queen Elizabeth. It wouldn't be the Iron Dukes, it'd be the King George V's, wouldn't it? That timeline.
I think so.
If you go on Nassau and von der Tann, that's early enough. It's going to be the King George V's. We'll have to respond to that. And that means HMS Tiger as well will be a 32-knot ship.
Yep.
That'll be scary. Sexy and scary. Because let's be honest, Tiger is one pretty ship.
She is.
But also, by the way, under those scenarios, with the gun race going on with the Americans and the Italians, the Japanese challenging everyone to basically an armor race, and the Germans now challenging everyone to a speed race, there is no way in that it's Hood, which is the only 40,000 plus ton battleship, battle cruiser, or capital ship in the Washington period. I think honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you end up with a Washington Treaty limit of about 50,000 tons, not 35, because of the way ships will have to move up in size to accommodate the boilers and the firepower.
Yep.
All right. Also from
Thank you, Robert
Chandelure.
Dennett. And I should remind
Fleet of
everyone.
Oceans.
I'm going to quickly remind everyone again that we are still very much funding the kalaxes, because currently I have filled up all the kalaxes in this room, and I haven't yet. I've still got boxes remaining from the initial pile, let alone boxes the secondary pile I've got to do. So, Kalax Fund is still very much going. Thank you for all your kindness and support.
It would probably be very helpful.
And I am going this week. This week is, of course, going to the lovely dinner up in London on Thursday, which is why there's going to be a premiere instead of a live on Thursday.
I would love to come to that, but I just can't.
Yeah, we'll see.
I can't. Even if you can somehow scrape together the money, I'm not going to be able to get time off work.
Who are you employed by now?
Robinson Healthcare.
Oh,
That was a dangerous question to answer there, my guy.
It's fine. You do realize they're a massive multinational.
Yeah, I
with
think
multiple.
I think my mum knows one of their people in HR. I think
Yeah,
she trained her.
I was about to say, you've heard some of the stories about the Clarke family and their various multiplicity of very strange connections.
But I would point out that I don't think it actually matters, because unfortunately it's not. Like, I gave the overarching name of the company I'm employed by, not the specific area or branch or where I work or what I do.
You realize that's exceptionally easy information to find out if they know the rest of your information, right?
Yes,
All they have to do is know your name. That's
but then-
not hard.
but I will point out that there's enough information on me out there online anyway, so that people can do that regardless. So it's
Yeah.
No,
no
I'm
great
not.
loss.
I'm
do
not
know.
saying that in the sense of you're doxing yourself. I'm saying that in the sense of if somebody is sufficiently motivated to pull strings to make sure that you show up at a certain place at a certain time, the fact that you just said I work for this huge multinational is not really going to slow them down.
I appreciate the sentiments, but I still have my doubts.
In a nice way, it's not a high chance, but let's put it this way: if a space comes free, and there is a ticket spare, I will do my level best with the assistance of all the resources at my hand.
I would love to go, but I
get you there.
don't think I can. It would be nice though. It would be a nice thing to go to.
Mm-hmm. Right. So. Foo need not apply. Favorite war hotels. Does he need to say this?
What do you mean?
It's going to be the Hosh. It's going to
What
be
do
the
you
Hosh.
mean? What do you mean, food
Well,
need
yeah,
not apply?
Because we know what your answer is. It's going to be the Hosh. I'm going to go for the main. That's just my personal choice. And now I'm going to go get my lunch off the grill before the fox eats it.
Foxo, stop going after Runon's lunch if you're watching. It's not fair.
Oh, that should not have made me chuckle quite so much as it did, but it did.
Well, I
Don't
know
worry, I'm sure
dragons-
they'll get their pound of flesh back for it.
I know Dragon's in the chat, so I'm sure Foxo will hear about that. And Foxo will probably giggle.
She probably would.
Okay. Steve Richards, Harry Potter Wandon. What World War II ships would you take down to the Falklands War?
That depends. In what capacity? And are they modernized?
Well, it's a Harry Potter wand, so it's magical. So let's say they are modernized to use their equivalent systems, but you cannot do massive changes. So you can't add missile systems in instead of place of guns and things like that. But you can, in the case of a carrier, make it able to take Harriers.
Okay. That's a question. That
HMS
is a
Implacable
question.
HMS Implacable and Indefatigable are straight in there as far as I'm concerned.
Um, yeah.
In a nice way, I can get some
Well.
fairy gannets out of museums.
Oh, and I'm also going to point out I'm
Yeah.
nicking off with the Iowa. I'm nicking off with all 4 Iowas and Vanguard. I'm also bringing
No, World
as
War
many
Two
Framcan
ships.
Fletchers as I can.
What? It's World War
I'm
Two
also
ships.
bringing as many. Yeah,
World
they
War
are
Two.
World War II ships. They
The
just happen
Francan
to have
ships
been
weren't.
modernized.
They were modernized. No, that's not. It's got to be World War Two. Ships from World War Two, and
Oh.
in the nicest way. Uh,
Hmm.
I'm gonna go for.
Well,
I said implacable and indefatigable because they're useful. And do I want some cruisers or do I want some battleships for the fire control and the the bombardment? Look, if it's being done by magic.
yeah, it's one of those things where you go.
No, Foxo turned up and Nightbot timed them out because they used all the caps.
This is fundamentally unsurprising in any way that matters.
Hello, Foxo. Basically, a fox was trying to nick Runon's dinner, and so we said, "Foxo, stop nicking stop nicking Runon's dinner."
It's very funny.
And for those who don't know,
Dear.
Foxo and Dragon tend to join Defoe for ramblings on Monday evening, which I also wander into. So winding them up is not me just being randomly cruel to people in the chat. It's people who I get to be randomly cruel to on a weekly basis.
And it's a nice change because usually I'm the one being wound round the bend.
Usually that's just me and Foxo just having fun. That's just, just me and Foxo just stretching the mental muscles just a tad.
Steve, I think that if you were to resurrect HMS Warspite, fully equip her and refit her to the best of the abilities proposed under this question, and sent her down to the Falklands, you would not have to get Warspite to sell into Buenos Aires. Warspite would just appear there suddenly, and would there be a Warspite with guns leveled at the appropriate governmental buildings.
I think it's going to be battleships and aircraft carriers are useful. Robert Dunnett has come with how many Harriers could Indomitable carry. Implacable and Indefatigable could carry more because they're the biggest designs, but Indomitable also has twin hangars. Basically, any of the full fleet carriers could carry more than Hermes and Invincible combined. That is the real truth. Any of them could, because Hermes was a light fleet carrier. She's not got a double the strength, a double the sort of the hangar space, etc. that the others have got. That would be a lot. And so basically, Stephen, in answer to that question, it would be probably Implacable and Indefatigable, because then I could take the entire Harry fleet of the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force south, and still have plenty of space for the helicopters.
Probably.
And
yeah, you're probably right there.
And if a couple of battleships, if I take the King George V's 14-inch shell wasn't always the best for land attack, so let's take Nelson and Rodney with me.
That's a good choice, actually. I hadn't considered them.
Because let's be honest, just imagine Michael Clapp sitting on board HMS Nelson or Rodney going, "These are my flagships!
Yes.
I'm now able to bombard you! You want to take on 3rd Commando Brigade? Right then, we're supposed to wait for 5th Brigade's Infantry Brigade to turn up. No. No, that's not going to happen. We're not waiting. We're just bombarding away. Thank you, Tanith. Desert Foxo is Foxo's now stealing souls instead of sandwiches, so probably we should be careful and maybe wearing her. And there would be no helicopters on Atlantic Conveyor, no. And the thing is, you could then use Hermes or Invincible for the Commando helicopter carrier, which Hermes was supposed to be being used for. So,
yep.
So at that point, that point, that's Michael Clarke, who was Commodore of the Amphibious Task Group, probably has 2 battleships and a carrier in his Amphibious Task Group, and oh good lord! At that point, if you've got battleships and large carriers down there, they're going to have to deploy Vice Admiral. They're going to have to deploy a Vice Admiral because there's no way they're going to let Paul Woodward command those 2 carriers. They're far too big. Belgrano, Michael Cooch, Rodney, was Rodney here. There, suddenly Belgrano doesn't look so threatening. No.
No.
Just to repeat an earlier community ask,
Yeah.
if you are going to submit a super chat, especially if it has a question, would you mind putting in one of the Powder Monkey commands? So exclamation Q&A, exclamation question, exclamation query into that. I just want to see if the bot can grab it out of that text.
Mm-hmm.
While I try and figure out why it's not grabbing the text out of super chats automatically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
sorry for the interruption.
The other one
and did we get Robert Dennert's
the
a Malta had been started during World War II?
Just going to do the Malta one. If a Malta had been started during World War II and then finished in the 50s, would it have lasted longer than Ark Royal in real life? Yes. Because it would have been so much easier to upgrade. Honestly, a Malta would have been, as said, it's equivalent to a Midway. And it would have been as equivalently useful as a Midway. And upgradable as like a Midway. So, yeah, it would have been... And actually, in some ways, because of the way they're designed, they're almost closer to the Forestals in terms of their deck capability. So, whilst the Maltas would have had as long a life as the Midways, they would have had a higher deck capacity for weight of aircraft landing. Because of the way they're being structured in terms of the armouring and the structuring of the upper deck. So, yeah, that means they could have landed heavier aircraft than the Midway could, which means they could probably have got the. Oh, that's an interesting thing. They'd have probably got the Hawkeye. Because let's be honest, the British would have the British sensibility for the British would be to get involved in the American program rather than try again what they did with the Gannet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Especially if they're down to roughly 2. Again, the real thing would be you'd need more than 1 Malta. You would need at least 2, preferably 3. And Michael Cooch has just done a test question for you. At the beginning of World War II, Seneca, World War II, a big island appears on the west of the island. It's in Great Britain from 1812.
Any point
during
how would that
Napoleonic
change
Wars. Ignore climate change. How would that change World War II? So you've suddenly doubled the size of Britain. To the west of Ireland.
But thing is, this is a Britain from 1812. It won't recognise this. It's hard to. There will be a period of tension because that nation will not recognise the authority of present-day Britain.
Will it or will it not? Because that's
probably not at first.
It's going to be a quick. Let me put it this way: will it not recognise authority, or will they join together quite quickly? Because it's going to depend on how you approach it. If you approach it, if Churchill approaches of "we're in charge, you do what we say," then we're in trouble. But if they go, "Britain, we've multiplied. Let's get together and fight these evil savages from Europe." We're talking Britain of 1812.
I mean, there are a lot of wooden warships that exist, so I don't know what they're going to do, but they're there.
Oh, you're going to have to start a massive education and training program, but just think of it, in the nicest way, think of it as this way. By the time they start coming online in large numbers, you're going to be at the point of the war where traditionally British forces start going down in numbers because of casualties and population size and all those things.
Oh, and of course you've also got the marvellous concept that exists, which is, the fact that you can probably convince 99% of these British servicemen from the period of the Napoleonic Wars to take a rifle in hand and fight, basically through giving them wages that would be pittance to a standard serving British servicemen. And then you turn the British servicemen into the NCOs of these new cadres, and boom, suddenly you've got a lot more men who are completely low, because as far as they're concerned, they're getting money they would never dreamed of getting in terms of wages for serving in the army. But they're also, as far as I can say, they're also getting weapons that make them more survivable, and they're also being told about medical. Basically, you've got very willing servicemen.
Yeah, and honestly, their main thing is that all they're going to be told is, well, no, the modern Napoleon is a guy called Hitler. Oh, goody! We'll go take him out then. You won the war versus Napoleon so well. We've called you through time to fight Hitler. Yay!
And of course, you've got the whole.
And also, yeah, blitzproof industry. America would not be necessarily so important, because in that scenario, if you're to the west of Ireland, as far away from the west Island as you are to the east of Ireland, you would have a lot of spaces to establish industry and infrastructure. And
although, actually, no, I don't think it's industry that really will be established. It will be food production.
Oh, food production, yes.
It will.
I wouldn't be surprised if you get some industry
that's. Oh no! Yeah, there will be some, but the easiest thing to set up and the most important thing to set up is food. Food security.
The sheer amount of food production you can do.
Yeah, given how much land you could clear for it in that period, given the state of land ownership in that period of English history.
Yeah. And think of all the wood you'd have for mosquitoes, and all the great carpenters you'd have to build mosquitoes. Think about the horde of mosquitoes you could send over the Germans. Think about
Bomber Harris grins happily.
No, Bomber Harris would be hating it because he was all about heavy bombers, but in a nicest way, the Germans would be having nightmares.
Yes, they would indeed be having nightmares.
Okay, so I think we answered that one. Robert down at Super Chat question: would a Malta survive politically longer? I think a couple of Maltas would probably. The thing is, you wouldn't need to be doing CVO1 if you've got the Maltas that come into service in the 50s. So if you consider in the 50s, they come into service in the 50s, like sort of the Midways and Forestals do, they're probably going to survive through to the 90s. If you got roughly 3 of them in service, that's going to be enough to keep them going viably, and they're going to be big status assets. Again, equivalent to Midways. Suddenly they're going to be a status ship that's going to be really useful for the British. So probably what the British do is basically the Royal Navy is going to be structured entirely around 3 carrier groups and an amphibious task group.
Yep.
The entire Royal Navy will be structured around providing these 4 escort groups. Maybe a anti-submarine hunter-killer group as well, but probably not. It's going to be structured pretty much around those. So you're probably going to see a Royal Navy which is built around roughly 12 destroyers and probably about 16 to 18 frigates at its core, new ships with other ships around it to provide for the various standing patrols.
Yeah, and then of course you've also got the marvelous thing that the reason not classes 3 and not 4 is because if you've got 4 Maltas, you have 3 carrier groups and 1 Malta either in ordinary or being refitted or doing something else other than being an active part of the fleet.
And you might end up with an extra, stuff for it. But also, there's the thing is, if you've got that kind of capability, suddenly Britain has a lot of capability to spare in terms of its position in the world. And its presence in the world. And those ships are far bigger and they are far easier to keep going than the Ark Royals were. The Audaciouses are just that bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
And Team Malacca, how much havoc would HMS War Sprite spread if its machine spirit would have been unleashed during the Falklands War? I don't know if a submarine would have managed to get the kill on the Belgrano. Although I did hear an interesting thing recently. This shows probably the state of history teaching in the UK more than anything, or maybe how much they paid attention to their family. Because didn't Keir Starmer say that his uncle had been torpedoed in the Falklands War? And of course, the only ship which was torpedoed in the Falklands War was the Belgrano. So I think he's probably misspeaking. But it does make me worry generally about the level of history knowledge, etc., in our political leadership in the land, when the Prime Minister, speaking apparently about his own family history, managed to make such an error in a press release. And no one checked. No one checked.
This doesn't surprise me.
And, it's not a difficult thing to check. You thought someone would have gone, let's just quickly check which British ships were torpedoed in the Falklands War. Oh, none were torpedoed. They were all hit by missiles. Okay, which ship was he on? Okay, yes, that's corrected. So that press release would go out.
Torpedo, missile, tomato, potato.
Well,
Although I think one interesting effect of sci-fi to the modern minds is it's probably heavily blurred the line between torpedo and missile.
Yeah.
Because what do you use to kill the Death Star? Proton torpedo. How does a proton torpedo behave? It behaves like a missile.
Yep.
Yeah.
Photon torpedoes are another example. But that's just me being me.
Yeah.
Fine. Do you have any book recommendations for the naval part of the Great Northern War? Let me check
The
my
Great
book
Northern
list.
War.
Yeah, that's the war between Denmark, Norway, Saxony, and Russia. There are, but most of them are in Swedish, and I brought them home with me. They are in one of these boxes, one of these things around me. This is the thing: is I've got most of the books out, not all of them out, and I now need to sort them out into sort of different organisations and make sure they're actually grouped together properly. Do you feel you're not... I think someone felt they weren't getting enough attention, so I'll do this.
Oh boy, doggo time.
Does Raleigh ever feel that he's getting enough attention that isn't just you completely focused on his royal fluffiness?
He has a point there,
No. As far as he's concerned, I should be concentrating on him the whole time, all the time, every day, all day. Nothing else matters, does it? No. The trouble is, my good fluff, is you do not pay for my research that way. Mainly because, as cute as you are, you seem to, and as considering the effect you have on doggies of your persuasion, you do seem to not do anything productive in that regard. Maybe we haven't given you the opportunity to be productive in that regard because of your cherry eye, but we'll leave that to one side. Yeah. Alrighty. So yeah, there are some good books. I will, if you can poke me in one of the chats on Discord, one of the public chats on Discord, I will look them up after the stream's over, probably about 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning, in my shelves, and I will list them out for you. Because I have a couple of good ones here, but I just can't find them right now. They are somewhere on me. But the Great Northern War is an interesting one.
I believe this is pursuant to it says. I'm sorry, Dan. I'll let Dr. Clarke handle that one in its entirety.
Would the all Clarke Type 45 not sink under the weight of iron brew needed for any deployment? No, that's what Royal Fleet auxiliary ships are for, to carry our iron blue supply. And Lord help anyone who damaged that iron brew supply.
Okay, now here's the question, Dr. Clarke. Do they carry it already pre-packaged in cans or bottles or what have you, or do they carry just the syrup? And if they carry just the syrup, do they drop it over as a palletized good, or are there specific tanks in the Royal Fleet auxiliaries that are solely for the syrup?
No, you have a specific
and they do
tanker.
It as a liquid storage transferred.
Specific tanker.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Tanker. Wait, I think you're saying specific tanker,
Yes.
not specific tank. That is
Tanker.
correct. Correct.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not surprised, but I am concerned.
Seriously, you're talking roughly 200 versions of myself. Think about that. That is some region of 400 liters of iron brew a day needed to get here for wartime operations. Probably some
Oh,
region
dear
of, possibly some region of 800 liters, or maybe even as much as 1,200 liters. 1,200 liters of iron brew a day needed, and that's just based on us having 3 bottles of this a day each, equivalent.
That's concerning.
And you know, that we can get through that that's something we can get through very quickly. But in the good news, we do save on tea and coffee.
And beer.
Yeah. Nice to hear from question 228. What is for British if they build the ships known as Tier 9 Los Angeles with 12 15-inch guns and 16 9.2-inch guns for Argentina? Tier 10 Libertad.
Well, first of all, I would question what Argentinian naval architect had the idiotic idea to buy that battleship in the first place, given how stupid the design is. And I'd probably have them shot. Secondly,
a politician.
Yeah, a heavy secondary battery on a battleship beyond the age of the semi-dreadnought? I don't understand it. It's one of wargaming's worst decisions to have that be the gimmick. Because it's just so aggressively silly. But anyway, what was the question again exactly? Sorry, I had to go off a bit of an off-tier rant there for a second.
When these would be more powerful, is it for the British if they build these ships? Then these ships will be more powerful than any battleship around. These ships seem to be built
first of all,
World War II. Well, in nicest way, the problem is, Knight, is if Argentina...
The British can't build those ships.
No, if Argentina or someone else is building ships like that, then there will be equivalents being built by Britain and America. This is one of the big problems you have in history. Do you want him? Okay, you're going, but I will give you your pickies before you go. You're going to bed. You're going to be a good boy. I'll leave... Come on. Yeah? No, yes, no, you cannot stay with Papa. You have to go to bed. That's the only place to store them now.
There is other places.
There is reasons he loves this place so much.
I apologize because I'm going to butcher your name, but Shibra, you are forgetting how easily sidetracked Dr. Clarke can be. So figure that even though you won't have a third of the crew sleeping at any time, you will probably have a third of the crew sidetracked at any given time.
No, not easily
true.
sidetracked. We'll all be researching other interesting things, and we might be going off doing other things.
That's
tomato,
what
tomato.
being sidetracked is.
It's like, you might think we're fighting a war as your lead destroyer for your task group. We might think we're fighting a war whilst also doing some commando operations in the full history of the Brownings-Jacobs side of the family, and mainly procuring what you thought were your goods as our goods, so we can then sell them for a profit. And maybe we cut the government in on that profit, or maybe we don't, depending on whether we feel that really they've done enough to deserve it.
Oh dear.
So, with Knight 681's questions, basically, if the Argentines are building these ships, then what the frigate are the British building in comparison? And the other powers? Because
There can't be a Washington naval... There can't be a treaty in place.
No. If they're building this, there's no treaty. But also, in this scenario, if they're building this and they've got 12, 15-inch guns, then the Royal Navy ships are probably going around toting about 12, 18-inch guns. And it's a case of, oh, you've got 9.2-inch gun secondaries. That's great. By the time we get into range of you, they're going to be into range where they could actually be used. We're going to have pummeled them flat.
Yeah, this is why this whole heavy secondary bit is aggressively silly. I wouldn't have minded if they were just normal battleships. Like, those designs are interesting. I wouldn't have minded it. But the heavy secondaries just ruin it for me. It's like, why?
I still don't know why people keep saying that my volume is lower than the guests, because I literally have mine set as maximum, and I have yours on slightly lower because I know Discord does it slightly better than OBS.
It does a little bit.
And yeah, mine's set on the right thing, and it's just I have no idea why. And according to the gentlemen who are involved in the phone call with me, I am very, very loud. So I don't know how I'm quieter. Yeah,
it happens.
Yeah, so pretty much in night, the answer to the question of what do the British, what do the Americans do, is they'll have their own bigger, better ships. So no, you are. It's an entirely a movie-like idea that there can be a world where someone can build up a weapon system which is so standalone above the others that there's nothing that can compete. Now, you can, of course, point to the current world and tell me, well, Alex, the Americans have built the F-22 and no one else has built an equivalent. The thing is, the nations which could have clubbed together to build an equivalent don't need to, because the American F-22 is on their side, and frankly, the Cold War ended, so their investment in that sort of thing stopped. And the nations that theoretically want to build an equivalent to it turns out they can't, as much as they claim. It's kind of like the same question as when people ask me, what happens if, are people going to start selling the F-22, Americans are going to start selling the F-22 to other powers? They're not. Because A, there's a roar in Congress against that, and B, in being passed by Senate and Congress against that, and B, more importantly, they have to restart the plan, and that's the entire reason they built the F-35 was to sell the F-35 to their counterparts. So that's what they're getting.
Yeah, I will point out, but bear in mind, it's taken the Chinese up to this point to get something that may be equivalent to the to a slightly worse F-35 to the flying prototype stage. And no, I'm not talking about the J-20, I'm talking about the other thing that they're building. It's taken them this long to get to that point.
I do not see the U.S. Congress releasing the F-22 for export until such a time as we have something to the F-22 what the F-22 is to the F-15.
Yeah. And thing is, and by the time that occurs, the F-22 will be such an old airframe that no one will want it anyway. There'll be something else.
Emu, the tooling is allegedly gone for the F-22, and the story that I've heard for it being allegedly gone is that not so much that it was sent to the scrap heap, more so that we forgot where we put it.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Because we are in America, we are blessed with deserts, which are great for storing metallic things because there's no humidity. Or, well, very, very, very low. I would take any claims of that for a grain of salt.
I'm just going to do a quick experiment. I'm going to turn on the volume from the stream, the chat from the stream, and see if I really am that low.
Storing metallic things.
And I'm just going to see that happen.
Or, well, very, very, very low. I would not put it past the,
I would take
the Air
any
Force, let
claims
alone
of
the
that
larger DoD,
for a grain of salt.
To allow
I'm just going to do a quick experiment.
conspiratorial rumor to take place if it benefited
the
them.
From the and see if I really am that low.
Yeah,
I also wouldn't
I don't think I'm that low.
Put it past the DoD, which has a very hard time passing its own internal audits most of the time. To have accidentally misplaced several $1 billion worth of tooling, nor do I believe it would be that hard if the need was present for us to reconstruct that tooling.
I think, in the nicest way, it's kind of like when you're the British Armed Forces, in that there is what the British government thinks they have, there is what the armed forces think they have, and there is what might be in the various warehouses they haven't opened in about 80 years in some of the bases.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It's about the size of it.
It was this. Echo gone. Yeah, the echo was that's why I warned people that I was turning on the stream sound to check it, and that caused a major echo going round. but according to my headphones, I'm coming across fine. So I have no idea why that isn't working for all of you. And I will tell you this on regular points on this microphone and the system. My volume goes all red, saying I'm too loud. So I have no idea what's happening if you are not hearing me at the same volume. 1,000 fairy swordfish biplanes. Do not go there. Do not joke. Don't joke. There actually was a crate found recently. There was a crate found recently, and they were not sure what it was, and everyone was looking, going, "That's the same size and shape as a crated swordfish." It turned out not to be a crated swordfish, but the fact it was a very high possibility it was, we'll leave to one side.
I'm gonna be Unreal Engine 4 with you, Doc. I would not be surprised in the least if you found a couple of those hanging out somewheres.
Yeah. We've found steam locomotives stuffed into tunnels for the steam reserve in this country at points. And we just forgot they were there.
There are rumours there might be a very large gun somewhere in a tunnel around London. A very, very large gun.
Yeah, one of the 18s, probably.
No, one of the 15s.
Oh, that's...
Okay, you know what would be really, really funny? If you found an 18-inch gun buried in a forgotten tube tunnel in London, and stamped onto it was for what were the like 14-inch or 13-inch specials that were earmarked for Argent Corps?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the funniest thing about it is we've actually got the UK still has an 18-inch gun. We just wheel it around places on a carriage chassis. It's funny.
We have all sorts of fun things. Dr. Clarke crewed Type 45. What weapon systems do you offload to make room for the number of kalax needed at the Iron Brew storage? We don't offload any of the weapon systems or any of the Iron Brew. As for the kalax, that's fine. The book storage is very simply organised. There are all sorts of interesting spaces on a Type 45 that you could put in book storage. Why are questions now closed?
Because we are 2.5 hours in, and I want us to catch up a little bit so we don't get overrun.
That would be that's a good idea.
We usually go to the 3 to 4 hour-ish mark typically, and this way we can have a chance to catch up and then reopen if we feel the desire to.
The one problem is that every time I'm pressing the key release, they're now not coming through.
Yeah, and with it now passing 10 o'clock, I must bid you all adieu. I will possibly see you, Dr. Clarke, on Ramblings tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a good Bruships, and I'll see most of you tomorrow, I hope.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Did I do what I think I did? Please tell me I didn't do what I think I did. Hang on, I'm checking something. Once the program loads so I can see what I sent you. I think I figured out what I did. Yeah, it's just the action change. Set action state. That's interesting.
Yeah, but the new questions aren't working. Key release. How much remote? Nope. When I press the button, questions aren't coming through. This is your getting the apps working.
Huh. Well, that's a bit of a problem. All right, I'll let you deal with Michael Cook's. Michael's question.
I've answered that one. There are spaces we can put kalax. Don't worry.
Yeah, from Peter A. Dawson. What is Indomitable's hangar height? Hangar's height. Wow, I can't speak. Hangar height and the height of the Harrier, which is probably a bit of a moving target.
Not sure why you keep bringing up Indomitable. She was the 4th illustrious class. She's not the bigger one. She's not the implacable and indefatigable ones. But if you want to talk about her hangar height, she does have a double hangar. And let's see her design. She had a 14-foot second hangar, 14-foot, and a no, her flight deck was raised up by 14 feet, and her second hangar. Let's see. Interesting enough, Indomitable's 2 hangars were actually larger than Enterprise's. That's good. There's a hangar height listed. Hangar height. I've got it in my notes. Um, 14 foot and 16 foot, which if you consider a Sea Harrier, their height was 12 foot 2 inches. So it's not a fun squeeze, but you've got a little over a foot over space. You got a little over a foot of space. 1 foot 10 inches, which means you can fit them in. New IQB 4472 question: isn't a torpedo just an underwater missile in this day and age? Is the medium moves through the decider as to what it is? Yes and no. Missiles also, it depends to do with the control interface. Torpedoes tend to have wire guided and then are completely fire and forget because you can't tell them what to do. And missiles tend to have more of a guidance as an option. Gorbian, on January 1st, 1910, a single slipway connected to the rail network and containing a Lexington-class hull completed a waterline appears in each major naval power. What do they do with them? What do they do with them? Well, with America, they completed as whatever they were planning on completing a Lexington with. With the British, what do they do with a Lexington-class hull completed? They probably complete it as a battlecruiser, because that's what it would be. And every major power, in each of the major power, well, the slip's going to be, in some ways, is going to be more useful than the actual, than the hull in some regards. But for pretty much, the French are going to be really happy. They're going to have some really fast. Shame the Foo's not here for this one. The Foo should be here for asking and answering this one, a lot of French will do. But the French will probably go, woohoo, we have a fast ship. The Italians are going to go, woohoo, we have a fast ship. The Austro-Hungarians are going to go, woohoo, we have another ship, and another slipway. The Germans are going to go, woohoo, we have another slipway and a fast ship. So pretty much everyone's going to be happy. But the thing is, having one extra ship is not going to, if everyone has one version of it, it's not going to shift the balance of power that much. The only thing it's really going to do is probably give a bit more of an advantage to the British if you've got another slipway, because they're the ones who've got the infrastructure behind the slipway to take advantage of it, and the Americans. Because again, if you just have the slipway, that's great, but you also need the infrastructure to be able to provide the metal, the ironmonger, the steel, the ironmongery, all the engine plants, all those things for it. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Colin Cameron, question: does that mean that Chief Petty Officer Pertwee in the Navy Lark was modelled after a family member of yours, Doc? I'm going to keep quiet on that one. Interesting questions. What is the largest bore auto-loading naval gun installed on an active duty ship? Auto-loading, I think, was an 8-inch gun, and that was on the American 8-inch cruisers. That's the largest auto-loading as we would understand it. Blackman Maximus, what if the US started to allow exports of the F-22 to allied nations? I think I've already answered that question. Poland would love to buy them, but that's not happening. They're getting F-35s. Blackburn Maximus, what about mixing a VLS system with a railgun tech to boost the missiles into the air, like a cold launch system? That is an interesting option, but it's how's it going to affect the the launching of the missiles and systems, and also we already do have some cold launch systems for VLS, which function in that way in to an extent. So we don't really need to go there. But it's an interesting idea, and it's a possibility for the future, certainly. Ethan Yang, is it possible for the 155, that's 6-inch guns, naval guns, to make a comeback on surface combatants with the advent of high-velocity projectiles? Certainly. 6-inch guns are good systems. 6-inch shells are a good system. I think at the moment the focus is on a 5-inch, but I could very quickly see that being transferred over to a 6-inch system. Because that's an easy way to up a lot of capabilities without... It's not a technologically difficult change to transition from 5-inch to 6-inch. And it can be just about enough of a power boost to give you a real capability boost. Would I make a video on the Type 45 Destroyer and Horion class in the near future? Probably will do. Hello. Sister. You came for his bowl? Hello. Yes, that was my sister who just went through, doing what we call the dog bowl dance. By the way, he's had the full pot tonight already.
You told him that because he's trying to eat his bed.
I know. He is so hungry at the moment. It's like he's been on an appetite suppressant for years, and he's now eating everything in sight.
Or he likes his new food.
Yes, and he's trying to. But he's had the whole pot. I literally poured the bowl. Literally poured the whole pot into the bowl, and he ate it all.
Yeah. And you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised, but I just think our corgi and our poodle have both had their appetites go up in massively, and I'm now sleeping with the doors closed because I don't want to be eaten in my sleep.
Well, the corgi's okay. He's about normal.
No, the corgi has always been ravenous. Now the poodle is as well. Take care. No shameless book plug today. I don't normally do them in the Bruships. I don't normally do shameless book plugs. And on the would I make a video on the Type 45 Destroying Horizon class frigate in the future? Probably. I will. I keep being tempted by it. I'm deciding whether it'll fit in the year of your leadership or maybe it'll be doing key ships. I'm going to do some more modern ships in the key ship series. I think I'm doing not the next series, but next series +1 is going to be a more modern ship group. Well, do you think the Royal Navy and French and Italian Navy are going to beat the USA in underway VLS cells replenishment, since the silver version is less complicated? The silver is not less complicated. That's often a view put forward by some of the people trying to sell it, but it's not. The Americans have actually done it. I think the thing is... It's something which is actually quite difficult to do, delicately managing the missiles. So it's going to be interesting to see how things progress. But it's something certainly a lot of people are suddenly worried about because they've realized that, oh, maybe wars aren't going to be wars of choice. Maybe they are going to be potentially peer conflicts. And maybe we should actually have the capability to refuel and rearm these things. And Runon's now looking very worried, I should say. And I'm sure that's something to do with the bot. But I hope that everything's okay.
I think when it's expressed a new behavior where now it wants to clear the queue when you kill the function, which is very weird and it shouldn't be doing. So I've probably broken something and not realized it. So I got to look into that and fix it. So
don't worry, you're doing great. 9681. If the Ning Hai class were 4-ship class, for the Republic of China. Built in Japan, or the Ping Hang Assistance. Fleet to Australia to form a free Chinese Navy for the Americans. How useful are they? How useful? Now I'm immediately looking up these cruisers and trying to remember their ranges. They're basically large destroyers, aren't they? And, oh, good lord, they've got triple expansion engines. They're capable of 21 to 23 knots. Oh, good lord. They're 1930s as well. So let's say they have 4 of them, and they escape to form the Free Chinese Navy in Australia for the Americans. How useful are they? They're armed with 5.5-inch guns. Oh, they're going to be lovely convoy escorts. This is you're going to find them hanging around things with, escort carriers, convoy escorts. I can see them doing great work for the Allies in the Indian Ocean and various other places. They're going to be great for additions to fleet, and you're probably going to want to change them over to 5-inch guns and treat them as large AA destroyers. That's how useful they're going to be. Rain, the early Arleigh-Burkes are close to 30 years of service. How long do you expect them to last? Could there be a case of where the first ship is retired before the last one is built? I'm certain the first one's going to be retired before the last one's built, but I think that probably they are going to be out of service. How do I put this politely? I would be surprised. Whilst carriers making their 50th birthday is not surprising to me, an Arleigh-Burke class making its 50th birthday will be a very massive surprise to me. I've been looking at this from point of view of the class, in its full list. And as much as I do like the Arleigh-Burkes, and I do feel they're very old, they are now getting old tech in terms of their original structure. But you've got the fact that Arleigh-Burke herself, DGG-51, was laid down in 1988, launched in 1989, commissioned in 1991, so is now 33 years old. She's active in Spain, but honestly, I can't imagine they're expected to keep her for much longer, because she's going to start getting very expensive to operate. Now, she was modernized last in 2019. And she's completed her maintenance availability in Rota, her last one, in 2022. I don't like to put a prediction on ship's future before it's been announced, but I have a feeling 35 is probably where they're going to try and call today, but that's going to depend on what ships are coming into service. And that's the real problem for the USN. The fact is, they've got a lot of ships under construction and authorized. The Michael G. Mullen is the DDG 1144, which is authorized and hasn't even started construction yet. And, so that will be interesting. That will be intriguing to see when they come through. But the vast majority of them come through Bath Ironworks or Ingalls. And they're both busy. What comes next is probably going to decide to an extent what replaces them. DDG-X is what's supposed to, and that's supposed to start construction in 2032. If you try and keep all the Arleigh-Burkes going to 2032, when they start to be and when those will hopefully be under construction and start being built, I don't think you'll be able to keep. That's another 8 years. That's going to take the Burkes perilously close to 40 years, and that's when you start to run into serious trouble with these hulls. Because it's not as if they're lightly used. As I keep complaining for the Americans, they are basically a one-stop shop. You have a Burke turn up. That's their solution to every problem below, we need to send a carrier battle group. And that is a problem for them, because it means the Burkes are used for everything. Questions are being received.
Yep. And I'm gonna pump the queue out and then lock her back up again.
Okay.
Or you can just pump the queue out and then we'll lock it back up again. That's very weird how it's changed the behavior. So I've probably broken something in the back end.
My questions close button doesn't seem to be working. They were all working earlier.
Oh. Earlier today or earlier?
Earlier in the chat. Because the queue release was how I was operating the questions earlier, and that's just been worked. And now when I press the questions close button, that's not working, that's not closing the chat. Closing questions.
At some point when we get a chance, I'll have you send me a screen cap of your StreamerBot instance. I don't know why my debug almost makes it look like it restarted midstream because it sent me messages it shouldn't be sending me except on startup. So I think it may have had a bit of a brain fart.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're getting there.
Something kicked at Nick else.
That said questions are open.
All right. Yeah, that's possibly something I did. Did you get Knight question 223, Ning High Class?
I got 224. I haven't got 223. Nothing's coming out of the queue release. Yeah. Now, so let's go back to the questions at the beginning. And so I've answered the shameless book plugs. That's not part of Bruships. Normally I don't use them as part of Bruships. And South Thompson, why wasn't the Iowa class AED with the 16-inch atomic shells during their refit under the Regan build-up program? Because honestly, no one wants 16-inch. No one wants that 16-inch atomic shells. Let's be honest, that's getting those are very big nuclear weapons a bit too close to you. They probably do test them, but yeah. Doing the AED system, it's a cost, and it's the cost benefit analysis, and the cost is too great for the benefit. Questions are now closed. Question queue is currently closed at usernames. Kieran, Arianon, I know you've touched on this previously, but how much tighter did the Queen Elizabeth nail the lid on the coffin if they have small tube boilers? If they have small tube boilers, then they were probably talking, especially the small tube boilers at the time, at least 26 knot, if not 28 knot ships. And the reason I say 28 knot ships potentially because the difference to get to them to 28 knot ships is more about the length to beam ratio than it is the amount of power you could get out of the boilers. And so that's something which the architects can work out and fix, and quite early on in the design. So they would probably end up being about 10 to 15 meters longer, which is not going to be a massive increase over the overall ship length, but that would give them enough length to beam ratio to really change the sort of the speed coefficient in the Q figures. Which, if the naval architects listen, they're going to complain that I've not explained that correctly. But that's because to go into that I really require a nice slide so I can point out what these figures all relate to. I will have to produce such a slide because I haven't yet found a decent diagram I can use for it. That isn't hopelessly an overly naval architecture covered in formulae, which will just distract people. From my own experience, I know that one. Chandler, what would be the naval equivalent of to ET for Atari 2600 Fiasco?
LCS.
Probably. That's got to be it, because that
I
sounds so
can't-
good on paper. It sounds so good. We're making a super fast, not frigate, to do the frigate roll, and then it is definitely not that. I sometimes wonder if
I cannot
Karen.
I cannot think of another class of vessel which had so much development effort put into it, only to almost immediately go to the breaker's yard.
And I have to say I'm starting to wonder with YouTube if I am so loud it quietens me down.
Not
And that's why-
impossible, but it also could be your OBS settings, depending upon how your mic and things are provisioned.
Yeah, that's all fine, and I've been been going with that for a while. Although, yeah, hopefully it won't allow me to print screen my OBS settings. I never know why, but it won't. Oh well, we'll sort it out. But the formulas are the fun bit. They are, but they need to be on their own separate slides. They don't need to be part of the diagram, because you need to explain the things in the diagram, and then you need to explain the formulae which go with them. Especially when you're designing, as I'd be designing it for a non-technical audience. I'm not designing it for engineers to be looking at and naval architects to be looking at. I'll be designing it for people who aren't engineers or naval architects to use as a primer to go to. So I do not want to have everything together on one slide. That's too much information on one slide. If you've ever dealt with that, it's a well-known thing amongst lecturers, and should be a well-known thing amongst people presenting slides, is that you do not want to be presenting more than 5 new pieces of information per slide. And if you are presenting more than that, you want it to be just a very simple image, and you're talking through the information, and you're giving people handouts, or they can go and talk, or they can go and record and go back or ask questions. You do not want to give more. And the moment you have that diagram on, it's got about 24 pieces of information on it. It's a great diagram for a reference guide. It's a terrible diagram for a presentation slide. Paul, I do love the fact that you said you say you don't know, and then I think 25.5 knots is best you can reasonably do on that hull with small tube boilers. Otherwise, yeah, they need to lengthen the hull, and the whole point of what I said was they needed to lengthen the hull as well as the small tube boilers to get to 28 knots. I think you can get 26 knots, and the thing is, Paul, it's with the hulls and the speed, etc. Part of it is how much damage are you prepared to put that hull through to get to that top speed, and how much are you reinforcing that hull? And you must remember that battleships tend to have quite heavily reinforced bows. So if you're prepared to accept the bow being fairly wet at high speed, you can accept it's amazing what hulls can get up to.
Yeah, Stafford, I agree with you that because I think the Freedom is the trimaran, right? And the Independence is this monohull.
Sifra, could I trouble you for a link to said diagram? I have no idea where it's online. I only have it in book form, but I will hunt that down.
There's the biggest flaw of the LCS that you cannot work around is that bloody 40 plus knot requirement. I am kind of a meme at my workplace because I really don't like Rumsfeld. Yeah, the Freedom is the model.
Yeah, Independence is a try.
I really don't like Rumsfeld because this is a very stupid requirement that does not make sense if you look past the first level. We need it to catch drug runners and do other policing duties. That's what the UH-60 on the back is for. That's what the Sea King is for. And the small boats. Nothing on the water is going to outrun a Sea King. Unless it's in like really crappy wind conditions. And even then, it's probably still not going to outrun the Sea King.
It
There's
nice
no
way,
need
in those
for
conditions.
that-
It's not going to be going that fast either. In fact, if you look at it, smaller ships tend to go slower in high speed. So the fact you're bigger than them, you'll probably go faster than them anyway in those conditions, and be able to catch them with a big ship.
Yeah, there is no need to make a however many 1,000-ton vessel go 40 plus knots to catch blockade runners and cigarette boats. It doesn't need that. Why was that a design requirement? that
Because
made it
it's
into the
cool,
actual
Runon.
final
It's a
bid?
cool thing.
Yes, I understand that it's cool, and it sounds flashy when you're presenting it to the Senate Armed Services Committee for funding.
Plus, there is something.
I get that. It's still stupid.
Plus, there's something else you have to think about, Runon, and I twigged this quite a bit. They were using the LCS as a new thing coming in. One of the things they were getting rid of, especially when they started, they talked about it, was also getting rid of the nuclear cruisers, which were gone, and they weren't having replacements. And I very quickly twigged, oh, so this is supposed to take over that escort role of carriers when they're having to do a high-speed dash from point to point. It just found they can't do that.
It hasn't got the weapons or the endurance, though. And it was never going to have the weapons or the endurance.
No, but it would have been able to... Their theory was it would have been able to keep up with the carriers. So they would have had something.
But it doesn't have the weapons or the endurance.
Yes, but that's a question you or I would ask, not one of the Senate. And not probably the vast majority of the public who really aren't taking notice of these things as they're more worried about their day-to-day lives, quite sensibly.
It's not my fault I'm a nerd. I blame Jingles. Genuinely, I blame Jingles.
We all blame... Jingles is a very, very cool guy. If British destroyers were 32 knots by the time you got to the Darings, would that become the standard speed for Royal Navy destroyers? Yeah, the official top speed night of the Daring class is 30 knots. That's the official publicly declared speed. We'll leave that at that.
I think we touched on Blackburn's question before about cold launching missiles. Carl von Gazenberg. Given that torpedo originally meant mined, then Kettering bug was named Kettering bug was named aerial torpedo, and there is the Bangalore torp for removing barbed wire. Anything else that's confusing?
There are lots of things.
There's water tank.
Let's put it this way.
When is your next book due out from Leslie? Sorry.
When's my next book due out? It's due out once I've got the pictures into it. It'll be about a month and a half after I've got the pictures done into it. So hopefully, if everything goes to plan, it will be... If the late November fundraising works, which is going to be part of the Historiathon, where I'm going to be fundraising, and primarily the thing I'm fundraising for is to buy pictures of the books, then the plan is the books come out at the beginning of next year. Because I was planning on saying I'm going to get them out by Christmas if I do it, and then I looked at myself, and I looked at it realistically, and I thought, I'm not going to kill myself. So what I'll do is they will come out as a bit of a birthday present to myself. So they'll probably come out either January if I push it, or they might come out in March, which would be a birthday present to myself. Here are some new books to the world.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Alex. Here are some new books. I know you were referring to the Daring Class Destroyer, 1949 Daring Class Destroyer, 9681, and I know they are officially listed as being 30-knot ships. And I said officially listed. You said if they were 32 knots. So the question is, officially listed as 30 knots. What's their actual top speed would be the question that you should probably be asking. 30 knots is a fine speed to list things as officially. Hi, Jack Ray.
Nice round number, which is totally non-suspicious
Yeah.
and innocuous. 96831, question 220. Would it be accurate that people do not realize that ships, aircraft, and helicopters cannot go forever? I don't think that's accurate. I do think it's accurate to say that people do not realize the number of factors that can come into play when evaluating a platform's suitability for continued service.
Yes.
Because it's not just like probably some of the Flight 1 Berks are still viable ships for a partner nation, but they're not viable ships for what the U.S. needs and expects out of its hulls right now. It's destroyer hulls right now.
Basically, the trouble is, if you're using them as hard as they've used them and you continue using them like that, then you need to maintain them to keep them up to that level. That means they're going to turn into yard queens.
Yeah.
And that can also have an effect on
it's-
your fleet size as well, because if you consider the Type 45s, the British kept surging them around for a good 5 years. They kept going, oh, they're brilliant, the Type 45s are doing great. And then people went, hang on, there's been a year where the Type 45s hardly did anything. And you go, well, that's because there's only 6 of them. And they spent the last 5 years pushing them through everything. And they need to do upgrade programs on them, and they need to do all sorts of maintenance for them. And so, no, the 6 ships can't need to actually have their maintenance. This is what they need to do, especially because we want to do a lot of them next year, so we can't do the maintenance next year, and you can't keep putting off the maintenance forever.
The other half of that too is like you look at how much work they put into the B-52 platform to keep it relevant, and that's kind of easier with the B-52 because for all that it can carry, it is still fundamentally a single-purpose aircraft. It is a bomb truck. It carries the heavy munitions from airbase to target. That is what it does, or release point. When you start getting into more advanced systems like early F-18, F-14 Tomcat, all these other airframes, even tankers to an extent, to keep them upfitted to meet modern requirements, it's just too expensive and too complex. Even though nominally speaking, the fleet as a whole isn't that old. And so I think it's more so that they don't fully understand the requirements that are incumbent upon keeping a system commissioned versus the practical lifespan or the technical or engineering lifespan of that system.
There's also the operations you're doing with it. With those aircraft, you're often doing low-level, high-performance, high-G maneuvers, which are going to put more strain on the airframe. With ships, you're usually operating in what we call salt water, which, for those who don't know, is the mortal enemy of everything. You know, in a nice way,
remember, we
are not exactly on the coast here. We're going to be about 3 minutes drive. We're about 3 minutes drive from the coast. Yet we are close enough that we are going to have to put in something which protects stops salt water, stops the how do I put it? Tries to take the salt out of the air, the salt water out of the air in our garage for storing the cars that we're going to put in the garage to try and reduce the chance of them rusting.
And guess what, kiddos? The Earth already has a naturally occurring universal solvent and to cover roughly 3/4 of its surface in it.
Mm-hmm.
Salt water will dissolve anything if you give it enough time.
Yeah.
Moving on to D.A. Brock's question. What do you think about the Starship test flight today?
Very cool. The fact that their chopsticks worked and they managed to collect it when it came down was very good. And yeah, it's interesting. It's coming along. Let me put it this way. I'm not a Musk fan. I'm not a Musk hater. It's going to sound strange, but this is the trouble with spending enough time around history. You stop being fans of individuals quite quickly, because in history you learn that they can be useful and important, but they're very usually humans, and being a fan of another human in that sense that you're a fanatic for them and going, yes, everything they do is correct, is not usually a good thing, because humans are humans and they be humaning, and they be prone and as proper to errors as everything. But I do think SpaceX and the work that's being done by them is really cool. I do think a lot of the stuff that's going on there is interesting. And please note, one of the things I like about exploration and things like going to Mars, etc., is that money being spent into that research, it's amazing the things that spin off to improve everyone else's lives. And that's the point. There are so many things which we don't think about, which modern life depends upon, which should come from the research into those programs. And this is why whenever someone turns around and goes, this is a waste of money, we should be spending money on this, that, and the other normal day-to-day things, I go, not really. Yes, we do need to spend money on those things, but spending money on this is not a bad thing. That's my policy. And also, it's like when people go, don't spend money on warships, don't spend money on warfighting capability and defense, and I go, yeah, the trouble is, that's fine in a perfect world. If everyone was nice and friendly and no one would ever resort to violence, then you wouldn't need to spend on armed forces. The thing is, you have the armed forces because the world is not so nice and friendly and there are a-holes in it. And sometimes you need a shield from the a-holes. And sometimes you need something sharp to prod the a-holes with to tell them to back off and stop being a-holes. And that's the problem in life. Because if everyone was nice and we all lived in a perfect world of perfect friendliness, we wouldn't need them. It's kind of like the Soviet naval aviation video, which is coming out on Tuesday, which basically is going to boil down to the Soviets tried every method to justify not having aircraft carriers in a fleet, and they would attack them. They end up building aircraft carriers. This is the universal lesson for people who keep saying words, oh, aircraft carriers won't work in future wars. Everyone's been saying that for the last... well, since about 1920, they've been specifically mentioning aircraft carriers. That's 100 years ago. So far in every war since then, aircraft carriers have been pretty darn useful when they've been available. The thing is, it's when people start going... the joy is when people start going, well, you said aircraft carriers are invulnerable, but they could be hit by this, so they're not invulnerable, so we should get them. And you go... if anyone has ever claimed these things are invulnerable, they were lying or were salesmen, in which case they need to be treated like that. There is no such thing as an invulnerable system, because all these systems are crewed by human, and humans, again, can make mistakes. And you can put as many layers as you want, and sometimes you can even not make mistakes, everything go right, and everything goes right for the enemy, and you just have bad luck. It's all about odds. It's not about being invulnerable or perfect. Blackman Maximus, in fitting for but not with, how much would you do so with a Nelson Rodney if designed as F3 style 16-inch armed battlecruisers? How much could you do? Well, what you could do is you could fit them with, do their armour, their hull armour, kind of like the King George V were done, where the armour was going to be fitted to the outside, and, well, you could fit them with armour plate that is honestly their armour plate, and you could have what you'd really like to use as their armour plate sitting around somewhere else. And basically, when they get their real armour plates, their speed drops down to about 29 knots, and their normal armour plate gives them a speed of roughly 32 knots, so they fit with the battle cruisers. There are all sorts of things you can do like that.
Knight 6831, question 227. Would it be right to presume that 2,000 to 3,000 plus ton British destroyers with 8 to 10 120 millimeter guns and 8 to 12 533 torpedo tubes would cause a lot of trouble for Italians in the Mediterranean?
Yeah, but
120 is 5-inch, yeah.
4.7.
Oh, yeah.
125 is 5-inch. Don't worry. It's a nice
I
way.
only work in freedom height.
Yeah. Yeah. And they cause trouble, but let's be honest, the British destroyers cause trouble anyway, so basically you could just give the British destroyers something nastier to cause trouble with. And whilst the Amphion class submarine is supposed to be the long-term replacement for the V, U, T, and S class submarines, definitely some of those, not all of those. There are debates over which they were supposed to replace, though. I consider mostly the S, and possibly the U. V's were the successors to the U's anyway. And the Amphions are sort of successors to the V's and the S's, and the T's. The T's don't really get a successor until we get nuke boats in service. Carl and Gasberg. So for Arleigh Burke's, basically get a new hull with more space and put in the Burke stuff, pretty much, and a new power plant system and power plant architecture. Knight 6831. So if the St. Vincent class had adopted if the St. Vincent class had adopted the one triple 12-inch turret fore and aft with one twin turret on the wing, twin turret on each wing, by what class of battleships is the Iron Gold triple? Honestly, in the nicest way, at the moment they're all if they're all the centerline ones are triples, so that'd be 3 centerline guns would be triples, and the wings are twins. At the moment they go all centerline, they would be all triples. So that's the Orions. So they start off then with 13.5-inch triples, so 15, 13.5-inch guns. That'd be scary. Fun, but scary. Joe Laskins. I noticed that the Kitty Hawk class are absent from the year of the carrier, probably for time and other reasons. Any chance of video on them? Yeah, they're in the key ships plans. Basically, there are lots of these things in the key ship plans, and mostly I had to pick. There was a class which had to disappear to get the fit in all the classes I wanted in the year, and basically the Kitty Hawks were the ones which lost the toss up. And it was literally tossing coins. 1984. If US destroyers were using 4 to 5 twin mounts when the Summers came along, would they get 3 or 6 twin 5-inch 38s?
Where are you going to put 4 to 5 twin mounts on a U.S. destroyer?
Well, you have to use the torpedoes as one of the torpedo launchers, don't you? Only way you get the deck space and the top weight.
Yeah, or you're going to have to make them long and thin, and then you're going to run a French and Italian issue.
Yeah, especially in the Pacific. Basically,
actually,
you've got a nightmare.
Based on what I saw in Haida, the engine rooms, the mechanical rooms, are almost keel to deck.
Yeah.
On those ships, I think they are keel to deck on those ships. Yeah, you access them through the deck.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and usually you'll mount your torpedoes right over top of one of the rooms.
Yeah.
I don't know where you'd put them. You'd have to make them long and narrow to keep them in treaty. Treaty compliance.
Yeah, basically
So.
don't. Right, and is there, Steve, is there a point at which the USN should take an off-the-shelf design to replace the Burke? It's going to depend if there is one. There isn't really one. For frigates, there's a lot of frigate designs that are off-the-shelf viable. For the size and capability you're talking of as a Burke to replace, British Type 83s, depending on how they work out, are probably going to be the best bet as something to start with, but look at how much the Constellation class changed over its original frigate that came into it. So there's off the shelf and there's off the shelf. And the Americans will be an off the shelf. But also there's thing of going for a destroyer which is off the shelf is going to be a significant emotional hit. Basically, the Americans were able to do that with the Constellation class because the LCS had been such a disaster that anything was acceptable as a replacement to fix it. Doing that with your destroyers, which are your major status escort, that's going to be an emotional wrench.
I would also point out that for the U.S., the off-the-shelf design would be the Zumwalt with the 6-inch advanced gun system, but we decided to cut the hulls of that so badly that the project ballooned in cost.
When you design a project
hull.
costing around 32 hulls and then you only build 3, it's amazing how much the research costs make it look massively expensive per unit.
I have this conversation many times at work when I'm trying to explain procurement to the new guys, because they don't understand it half the time. Anyway, yeah, that would be the off-the-shelf design for the Zoom Waltz, or for the U.S. destroyer. And if there was such a design that was foreign, we should have started doing that about 10 years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm. Basically, the Americans are paying the price for not building the strike cruisers.
And Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
I know most people, when they think of hated cabinet members, like to dunk on Kissinger. I dunk on Rumsfeld.
Mm.
I don't like Rumsfeld. Sorry, because I always feel bad because I can't pronounce this name. Chobra? I think I just butchered that.
Yeah.
Shibara.
Shibara.
With non-viable questions.
It's sort of Shivon, but bruh at the end. I think it's Shibara. That's what I'm remembering from my friend, but I could be wrong.
I will hopefully get that pounded through my thick skull and into my marble smooth brain. Would non-volatile question storage be a good idea for the next major version of the... That's really easy to implement. I just have to fork it off into a different channel, and that way it's really easy to implement. It's just I don't know exactly what happened here. That is usually not a
that's not
it
been a
hasn't
problem
been a
on
problem in
previous
the past
versions.
that it is either a glitch on Dr. Clarke's end, or it is a new behavior through a micro patch from StreamerBot.
The questions happened when it was questions closed, wasn't it? When you closed the questions,
it almost appears like the entire StreamerBot instance restarted midstream.
Yeah.
Because I got my startup messages that tell me that the program is running to begin with, and then it is connected into StreamerDeck.
Mm-hmm.
So and Stafford, there's nothing. They probably never would have gotten Twin 5 autos.
No.
There's nothing really wrong with the AGS, except for the fact that we tacked on the railgun project, which ballooned the cost of the Zumwalt program, cut the Zumwalt program, and the railgun wouldn't be ready, so we cut the railgun and put on the AGS. Then we cut the Zumwalt program again, which meant that the per shell cost for the AGS went through the roof. So we removed the AGS and put in a modified 5.
Yeah, and now you're removing it completely and putting in hypersonics.
Dear God.
Yeah.
And the problem is, as Dr. Clarke has pointed out many a time, we need something. We need 30 Zumwalts or Zumwalt equivalents, and we're not going to get those now probably for another 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
And we also, and don't forget, this is something that a lot of people forget or don't mention when they're talking about how much of a colossal waste the Zumwalt program. We paid General Dynamics a lot of money to completely retool Bath Iron Works to be Zumwalt Central.
Yeah.
And then we only built 3 of them. And now we have to pay General Dynamics again to retool Bath to support whatever program we want to run through there.
No, you had to pay them again to retool Bath to start building up Burks again. And then you have to pay them to whatever the future program is.
So
you're going to have to pay them 3 times. Basically, the sensible thing would have been to keep building Zumwalt hulls, but just turn the top and just gone, right, so we're going to keep building the Zumwalt hull, but we're going to stick the Arleigh Burke top on top, or the systems on top, so we'll turn them into air defense destroyers.
Yeah, although I think the problem is by the time we got to that point, anything that was related to the DDG 1000 project was so radioactive that nobody wanted to authorize any more funding that even looked like it was going towards that program.
I know, but it was stupid.
Oh, I agree it was stupid,
It was
but
the act of children,
that's-
not sensible adults.
Yeah, but that's Capitol Hill for you and end of history, because why do we need a tip of the spear combatant?
Yeah.
So. Alrighty, I got more gas in the tank if you want to keep going, otherwise...
Yeah, I'm happy to. I've just found a book called Those
Alrighty,
Wallowing Beauties, which is the landing barges in World War II. And I'm just trying to remember where I got this book from.
Let's see if Powder Monkey agrees. Yep, Powder Monkey agrees.
Yay. It's a cool book. It's nice having all these books here. They make the big advantage, and one thing I was looking forward to was having books at a level which they were nice and easy for me to grab. And once I'm able to raise them up again so that they can go on top of the legs, which I'm going to buy, that will make things even easier to grab. Because they'll be they'll start here and they'll go up to here. And then I'll be able to put paintings above them, and it'll be sort of quite nice to be able to grab books quite easily and quickly and put them back. It's all fun. Let's see if Q release works for me. Nope. Mine's still not working.
Well, we don't have any. We don't have anything in queue.
Oh, goody. I'll be back in a second. I've been drinking liquid all day because I'm good and healthy.
Yeah, it's working now. No. Like, I'll definitely leave this up there for Dr. Clarke to weigh in on, Stafford, but no, because the Zumwalt hull is going to be made with concessions to American crewing, to American logistics, to American weapon systems, essentially with the American design philosophy involved in it. And as the QEs versus the America class LHA question mark show, there are very, very different crewing. There's a large amount of difference in the design philosophies of the two navies, beyond just the fact that one is a CVK or a CV and the other one is an LHA or LH whatever. I know there were several questions submitted when the queue was closed, Megascrow.
In the middle of the night.
Which would need to be resubmitted.
Okay, Stafford. Should the RN base Type 83 off the Zumwalt hull and show the Yanks how to properly build light later fire? Well, actually, the interesting thing about the Zumwalt hull is it was probably a Zumwalt hull and the crewing. It's probably one of the most European crew style designs that the Americans ever produced. They even have all the boat launching facilities which would allow them to be operated by one person. It's just the US Navy's own crewing requirements meant that they had to have 6 people standing there. So they literally, they have 6 people standing there watching them while they're offloading and loading the shit. So the Zumwalts do have a possibility for that, and I, personally, having seen what's just come into service with the French Navy, I wouldn't be surprised if the Type 83 design is a very nice looking, how do I put this? A very, very nice looking tumble down hull, but there is the possibility that it's not. The fact is, there is still a debate about those hulls and the utility of them coming back into service and what they're going to be used for. I think it's quite possible that they're going to be quite useful for that. The new, if you haven't seen them, the new frigate, the Defense Invention, the FTI program, which have produced some and are being used also as the basis for the new Greek frigates. There's some really good-looking ships. I think the Admiral Roanoke is currently on at sea trials, and if you do look it up, it is a very interesting-looking vessel. Honestly, it's pretty darn cool. This is the one point I often make about the French, is they either produce classes which are sublime or ridiculous. And in this case, it is... I'm going to put a picture of it up on the screen. I'm just going to quickly nick a picture from somewhere, if I can. And hopefully I don't get mauled by the copyright gods. Can I nick a photo or something? Can I? Oh, look. Oh, there you go. That's a cool picture.
Now that you're back, I am going to use the code myself.
I'm just, yeah. And if I go to image, browse, I don't want a Shaki number, I want Amaronak. Did it get saved in my... Why is it they keep saving pictures from my when I've saved them on the system into my taxes section of my files? Why? Honestly, I have that to try and sort out my taxes, not to act as a picture store. Make sure I get the taxes right. Yeah, they've done it. They keep doing it again. Stop sticking pictures of ships in my taxes section. My accountant thinks I'm obsessed enough. Computer, you're causing me trouble. There you go. As you can see, it's pretty darn sexy. It is really very, very pretty as they go. And, yeah, it's an interesting design for me. It's their second tier frigate, so what I would probably call a sloop a sloop more than maybe a modern frigate, but it's a capable little vessel of 4,500 tons roughly, and yeah, maximum speed 27 knots officially. Combined diesel and diesel arrangement. Range of 5,000 nautical miles at 15 knots. It's armed with a 76mm gun in a stealth cupola. It's got two 20mm. It's got 8 Exocet missiles. It's got two it's got roughly 16 cells for Aster missiles on the French ones, and 24 cells on the Greek vessels. And it's got a Mark 31 21 cell launcher of RAM on the surface to air missiles on the Greek vessels as well, and it's got 8 cells of Silver A70, which is the strategic cell length cells on the Greek vessels as well. So they've got 32 VLS, and 2 torpedo launchers and able to carry a helicopter. It's a very nice, very simple. I would say its equivalent in the British service is probably Type 31, 32, because if you consider the French are spending roughly $3.5 billion, including research and developments, to get 5 vessels, so they're coming in at 700 million a unit, euros. They're being, but to cost for the actual, each unit is costing roughly 420 million euros to actually build. So it's research and development cost plus the unit cost is taking about 700 million per unit. And they're good ships. They're interesting ships, and they do look good. They do look good. So with them doing that, and then the Zumwalt's also being a tumble-down hull, I am tempted to reckon the Type 83s will be a tumble-down hull, mainly because the British are not going to be one to left out of the discussion, and that does look good. I mean, that does look good. Dang the French! When they want to, they can really do a good-looking ship. Dang them! Zumwalt next to it for comparison.
It's a very high. Very high headroom there, I would say.
Yeah. Let's go and find my other image.
While you're doing that, I will go and pontificate on my love for the Constellation class.
Yes, please do.
Yes, Steve. We should build way more of those than we're planning to. We have enough. We can kind of get away with kicking the guided missile destroyer can down the road a little bit. But as far as a small escort, small presence ship, we need that now, and we need it in spades. So yes, we should absolutely be building more constellations than currently planned. I like that little boat. I want more of it. I want to hug it and squeeze it and make it
And
my
this,
own.
the Zumwalt. So you can see the difference again between this is a patrol frigate, this is a destroyer. The differences between the two, patrol frigate, destroyer. The differences between the two and how they look. They are gorgeous looking ships. And then, of course, we have the Italians have reintroduced a ram bow. But the question you have to ask about the Italians and the ram bow, has anyone got the opinion of the Carthaginians on this? Because we all know what happened last time. There was a Italian-based maritime power who was interested in having a ram bow. Okay? I'm just saying, has anyone checked on the Carthaginians and how they're feeling right now?
That's weird. That's very little. That's weird.
There's some really interesting designs going into the patrol frigates, and the light frigate idea is really an area of growth because it's the ship which is cheap enough you can experiment around on, useful enough you can justify building, separate enough it's not going to get in the way of your destroyer and large escort construction, and cheap enough you can muck around on and test things out. And that's useful. So, should the US not go and build more Constellation class? I'm definitely going to ask that one. Yes, agree. They should do. And I've seen images for the Italian ship with second bow. Is it game changer? Others should copy. I don't know yet. I would like to see how they've been operating. There are lots of theories going around about that second bow, but none have really come to pass. And I'm just going to do this because sometimes my camera decides to autofocus for some reason, not on me here, but on some position about here, and I have to move around for it to autofocus back on me. It's the joy of autofocus, but let's be honest, this camera does a very good job for me, and when I want to, it follows me around the room, so I can't be too cruel to it. Dragon 2000, I want to ask you this, this to you and Fleet, but we'll ask it too. What are your opinions of the snow cruisers from the Valkyrie Chronicles 4 and how their weapons work? With the tanks used as guns. Valkyria Chronicles. Oh, good lord, snow cruisers. I don't think I've looked at them. Oh. When was the last time I looked at those? Oh, that's an interesting video. That's what it is, yes. Snow cruisers, the Valkyria. I think it's from memory, because I haven't played this in a long time, the Valkyria Chronicles, and the fact I have played them is because one of my cousins is absolutely obsessed with them. But I myself do not have a PlayStation. I have had an Xbox, but never had a PlayStation. One of my cousins had a PlayStation. So I haven't played it in a long time, so I'm trying to remember the cruisers from that. And I honestly can't remember, but if they're using tanks as guns, that sounds Well, usually you do that on
Very
amphibious war.
PQ-17.
That's a very amphibious warfare ships, and doing that for an emergency or doing that before you offload them, not as your primary weapon system, because tank guns versus ship guns are terribly inefficient for ship things. Because again, you can take a far bigger gun. This is what the question I was answering the other day in comments. Someone asked me why I don't use isn't there more interplay between land guns and ship guns? And I go, well, the ship-based gun can be far bigger, far longer than its land-based equivalent because of the fact that you're carrying around on a ship. So what you can carry around on a 10,000-ton destroyer is very different than what you can carry around on a 70-ton main battle tank, believe it or not. What kind of weight and length of gun it can carry without being trouble. And that means the shell you use is going to be longer as well, because to take full advantage of the length of that gun, the length of the barrel. The main thing that comes into advantage where you can do some interoperability, you can do some exchange, and actually get some benefit, is guidance systems and the packages within the shell. So the actual shells will be different, and the actual guns will be different, but the stuff within the shell that can work together quite usefully. The fact that they plug tanks into a barrel extension, use them as main guns, I find nuts. It does sound interesting. Dinkersfar. Huh. Ian Morrison.
Morrison. Which class of ship, building or canceled, do the Americans most need? Building Constellation. Canceled Zumwalt.
I'd say strike cruisers. They needed most. The Zumwalts could do that.
As far as I know, we don't have a design on the books for that, right?
We did have a design. It was going to be built. It was at the stage of just being authorized to construction. Everything was ready to go, and then they cancelled it. That was the dawn
of course they did.
Yes, because it was proposed in the late 1970s. And they were cancelled in the closing days of the Ford administration by Donald Rumsfeld. Just thought you'd like to enjoy that one. That was his first term as Defense Secretary between 1975 and 1977. One of the things he's cancelled was the strike cruiser program, because it wasn't revolutionary enough. By the way, you all can't see Runon's face. I can. The man looks like he's about to go and kill someone. Or other. Yeah.
Why do I live under these idiots?
And I'm using that phraseology in the what I've been referred to as Rin Penrose one, where if you were saying something like that, you always go as the man. I do not know why this, but again, Rin Penrose explained this to my mother, and my mother has explained it to me.
Oh God! Please tell me your mother isn't directly conversing with Rin Penrose now.
I don't think directly conversing, but I do know she's been avidly watching because it's going on the donathon Rin Penrose has been doing with her mother, and she thinks it's a great idea.
Bud Guy 8829, I hate to disappoint you, but an 8-inch naval gun already exists. Automolaris trying to sell it. If you're asking, will it be deployed?
The Italian Navy is looking at it seriously. Expect the Italians to go there first before anyone else.
Dear God.
Yes.
All right. Now,
I don't know if you're more worried about Donald Rumsfeld or my mum and Rin getting ideas from Rin Penrose. And she loves that Rin's mum is called Gin Penrose on the thing.
I'm far more concerned about your mother getting ideas from Rin Penrose because that has a far higher likelihood of affecting me directly. At this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's hoping you visit the UK someday. She
1961
she wants to feed you dinner. She thinks you sound like you need a good meal. And please note, that's literally just flashed up on my screen in front of me on WhatsApp.
Hi. Okay. 96831, question 221. How much of a surprise is it that the Leonardo AW49 is basically going to win the UK NMH competition?
Well, have a look at the AW149 and then make your decision up. The Augusta Westland is a medium lift helicopter, and if you look at it very carefully and you look at who it's in work with, it's currently in work with the Egyptian Navy, the Royal Thai Army, and the Polish Army. It was unveiled in 2006 at the Farnborough Air Show, and for the last, I would say 18 years, the Leonardo have been basically developed by Augusta Westland, which was, of course, a British company, now Leonardo, and sort of owned by both. It's the only current contender for the program for the NMH, the new medium helicopter. And that is supposed to replace the Puma and the Bell Griffin and the Dauphin and the Bell 212 operated by the British Army. It's pretty much also probably looking at eventually replacing something else, which I'm not going to discuss, but there is a odds when you start looking at it and what it can do. And it is the contenders initially were the AW149, the S-70 Black Hawk, and the H175M from Airbus. And of those, the one which is most compatible with the existing aircraft in service with the British Armed Forces in terms of maintenance and training perspective is the Leonardo, because it shares some things with another aircraft which the British use a lot of. Which, if you haven't heard, is the Augusta Westland AW101, otherwise known as the EH101, aka the Merlin. So basically, what we're talking about is something which uses a lot of cross-pollination systems from a program of an aircraft which is already in service. I'd also point out that, in nicest way, the British have a habit of going with Augusta Westland productions for their helicopters, even if they buy the design elsewhere. And the fact is, the current Wildcat is the AW159. So, yeah. Which is basically the improved Superlynx. So, yeah, it's kind of, the British are kind of completing the set. Okay? That's their light roll helicopter, their medium roll helicopter, their heavy roll helicopter will have similar avionics systems and similar things to make things easier. That's life. Oh, my key release is not working.
Oh, great. You mind pumping the queue dry and then I'll close it up?
Yep. Don't know why it started working. I haven't done anything.
I don't see anything pop out in my...
I've got nothing after 218, so you might want to close it now.
Yep. Alrighty, Colin Cameron, question. How much did the info gathered from observers on RN ships getting repaired in U.S. yards affect USN damage control before they entered World War II? More than zero, but probably not as much as they should have.
I think I will agree with Runon's point there. That's pretty much the answer. The main things the Americans realized was, one, that the British were, whilst using probably similar mixtures in terms of their armor construction, as they were found out through the response to the welding, they quickly decided that the actual British armor manufacture techniques were slightly in advance from them in terms of a quality control perspective. They realized that the British were slightly stronger than pound for pound despite getting the same mixture, mainly because they seemed roughly the same mixture because the way it seemed to be working. It's one of those things of the Americans were building up the mass volume infrastructure. The British were still benefiting from the years of institutional memory of infrastructure. So that's the thing. The Americans just found out looking at them, and the other things the Americans worked out with damage control from the British was that because the British kept asking for things, and they realised they went through a list of what the British modifications the British were asking for, and one of the modifications the British were asking for was all these extra emergency power backups to be fitted into their ships, and that was to keep the power going when there was a loss of main power. So yeah. That was fun. That was fun. Dan Freeman, how happy would food be if the French tumblehome design and also had a multitude of gun types that somehow gas triple expansion instead of turbines?
Extremely happy, and he would walk up to the French naval procurement arm and say, fantastic, I'll take 24 of them.
I think Foxo and Dragon could probably answer that better than me, because they spend more time with the food than I do. But yeah, they would love it.
Megastro, question. Could this work? A multi-billionaire cruise ship only accessible by plane, a decommissioned World War II aircraft carrier turned cruise ship, a privately owned and operated aircraft carrier in the 1950s. There's no reason why it couldn't, except the only accessible by plane part.
And also, if you think about what cruise ships and how they sell themselves, if you're only accessible by plane, you're going to be missing out on a lot of things, because that's a lot of deck space taken up by a flight deck, which means you can't necessarily have the pool space and all the other things you have on a cruise ship. You know, there is a reason why cruise ships were even quite late to adopt having helicopter pads. When you think about the utility for the British.
And in the 1950s, ships with aircraft carriers with angled decks are very rare, if non-existent at that point.
And even angled decks are not going to be that good.
So, Bud Guy 8829, did or could the modernized Essex-class carriers handle the F-18 Hornet? You might be able to land one on it, maybe, but I wouldn't want to do it as its day job.
I don't think they did as a regular.
Because I think the Midway's pretty much came in pretty quick to supplant the Essexes in active roles.
I don't think they ever did operate from there. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think. I'm looking at the Essex class, which were converted to the necessary configuration they could have operated aircraft in that period. One of them I'm looking at is Hornet herself, and I don't think she ever does get F-18s. She was decommissioned in 1970. Yeah, I don't think they have. I don't think they ever got them. I'm just checking because it's not something I want to say no. No, they didn't enter service till 1974, by which time, in terms of Essex class, you had actually, in viable terms, operational. After 1974, you have Intrepid was decommissioned in March 1974. She never got them. Hancock decommissioned in 1976. Oreskin decommissioned in September 1976. Those are the two which could theoretically timeline overlap, but there's nothing I can really find about them on their final cruise, and even on their picture of their final crew, they got F-18s on deck, and they put the ships out of the picture of the aircraft on the deck for the final cruise, and yeah, they got F-4 Phantoms. I can't see, and Skyhawks. I can't see any F-18s. In fact, honestly, they're pretty much a helicopter carrier in 1975. They're pretty much doing a helicopter carrier duty, so no, I don't think the Essex ever operated them. They could, I suppose in theory it's potentially possible, but I don't think they ever actually did. It's one of those interesting... It would be something to work out, but yeah.
To Dan Freeman's question, thinking back to World War II ships for the Falklands, what would be the nicest to take back from either now or the Falklands War back into World War II? Oh, back into World War II? Gerald R. Ford with the Ford class with a full complement.
Yeah, that would end the war in a
full
couple
aviation
of
and
weeks.
air crew complement. Yeah, essentially, the Ford is going to spend more time transiting to its takeoff locations than it is going to be actually doing any sort of combat operation.
Yeah.
It is the closest thing to a non-nuclear warhead I win button that you can have.
If you're talking about British capabilities to take back in time, just limiting it to the Royal Navy, Queen Elizabeth class would be pretty darn good. Queen Elizabeth class would be very, very useful, and probably the easiest to take back and utilize with F-35s and everything, because they would do pretty much the same as the Gerald R. Fords.
And if you were willing to build out the refineries, you could probably keep them fueled.
Honestly, with the gas supply, you could probably, in a nice way, considering the fuel mixes you could put into those gas turbines, I think the British would be able to fuel them.
Yeah. It'd be far easier to fuel than a Ford or an Astute.
Yeah. And an Astute, let's be honest, it doesn't carry that much. Why is it whenever I do the auto search on my system, it
comes up with the most irrelevant stuff?
It tries to send me to the battleships whenever I'm looking at the Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, they run on Marine Trent MT-30s. Those turbines can... the full list of things those turbines can run on is quite disturbing. They're also supposed to be used for the Americans' DDX system. They're used for all sorts of things. They're really, really good. A really good turbine. The big thing you get out of that is if it goes back and you get that level of marine turbine technology in World War II era, the effect it has on, how to put this, on the economies of the world that get into it is going to be absolutely obscene.
Yep. Not to mention the leg up it's going to give for jet engines, jet development.
Oh yeah, if you take the F-35s and all that stuff back, you are just going to be having a wonderful time.
All right. Bud Guy 8829's next question: what would you do if you were Admiral Kimmel when he took over the Pacific, and if you took over in the early mornings of December 7th? I honestly don't think there's more that he could do. You could do with future knowledge if you took over when he did initially, because he was trying to get more maritime patrol aircraft and not succeeding, and to the point he was kind of hobbled by his predecessors advocating for their post by not getting all of the intelligence feeds that he should have been getting for that post. However, if I am him on early morning hours, December 7th, I would put the fleet to general quarters, but not tell it to put to sea, because that's pretty much the only way I'm going to be able to make a difference without making the losses worse. Is to put the, because if I put to sea, I'm probably going to permanently lose ships versus
but you can also maneuver to avoid the
put.
attacks, and that's the thing. You can't maneuver in harbour. You can maneuver at sea. So whilst if you get damaged, you're more likely to be lost completely. In harbour, you're more likely to be damaged. But it's actually getting to sea, because if you consider the attack on Pearl Harbor and how long it takes the ships to get to sea once if you attack them, they get hit at 8 a.m. So if it's early hours of morning, that's going to depend on when. What do you mean by early hours? 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
I would say early hours of morning is any time after 3 a.m. but before 6 a.m. Before 7 a.m.
Well, if it is 3 a.m., you can maybe get them to sea. If it's before, if it's 6 a.m., you wake them up, and you get you have no one below on the ships.
Pretty much with Shibra. God, I hope I got that closer this time. With getting the fighters airborne, those fighters are not under my control. They are my Army's counterpart. So I can start banging on his door to get them spun up and ready to go. But those aircraft are not under my control. I cannot order them to take a defensive position.
That depends on your perspective. You can get the Army General, that's the thing, but if you have to remember you are a 4-star Admiral. So if you turn up at an airfield and you tell a Colonel to get airborne, he might go, but you're not my chain of command, and you'll goes, but I'm an Admiral. And then he'll probably decide that actually what's better for his career is to get the aircraft airborne and leave the fighting between the generals and the admirals over who's senior and who's in charge to them. Because that's well above his pay grade.
All right, fair enough.
Because let's put this to the vote. If you are a colonel, I'm gonna literally make it a nice thing for engagement in the office as a Q&A poll, and we'll see what they say. If an admiral, if you are a colonel, and an admiral tells you to get in the air. Admiral tells you to get in the air. Do you argue chain of command? Or go? Argue?
Shibra, that's my thought with sending everybody to general quarters, because it's going to get all the watertight doors dogged down, and all the watertight doors dogged down, and get all the AA guns banned, and so on and so forth. You'd probably want to put them up at, if the first planes arrive at 0800, you probably want wheels rolling absolutely no later than 7.
I'd say 7:30. Because you don't need to fly them high. You don't need to fly them high or far. You need to get them up, and you want to have fuel when they're up there. and that gives you time to get them all marshaled. So you want to have them all ready on the taxiway by between 7 and 7:30, then taking off, and then they can rapidly cycle into the air. Because it's kind of like it's the same as this is the joke I have when people go, Catabar's the best system, and I go, okay, what's the fastest system for launching aircraft from a carrier at sea? And they usually sit and go, Catabar, and I go, no, catapults are not the fastest system because you have to cycle the catapult. It's actually short takeoff because the aircraft just go, and then the next aircraft go, and the next aircraft go, next aircraft go. That's what you do. You're just launching. So you want them sort of arrange themselves, and then you want them to go. And that will give you an hour to get them all the way up in the air. That's more than enough time.
The downside is that you can't launch as heavy.
No. That is the downside. But you see, that's the point I try and make about these things. Is it's not a simple answer. It's a half a dozen to one, 6 to the other are often answer. There's often good points to one, and there's good points to the other, and there's bad points to both. And it's picking which system suits you best. This is why I try and have trouble with people when they go, no, this is the best system. And I go, is it the best system for you? But is it the best system for someone else? And you might ask, why is the Royal Navy so obsessed with launch rate of its fighter aircraft? And its aircraft from carriers that it prefers Stobar? Well, that's an interesting question. And it gets into the whole doctrine of air defence at sea, but also the doctrine of where they think they could be operating.
Well, I think the results are pretty resoundingly to fly with somebody saying argue. And I wonder who that argue is.
There's literally fly seems to be 94%, argue 5%. So the poll complete 20 votes in. Yeah, I'm guessing that's one person has said argue. One person has said argue.
Bud Guy's second question, just to keep us moving here: could the Zumwalt class be turned into AAW cruisers to somewhat fill the gap with Ticos being decommissioned?
There's not enough of them.
If you wanted to retype them.
There's not enough of them. You could have done that in the construction phase. You could have said, right, we built 3 in their land attack variant. We don't want this. The batches from now will be the air warfare variant. That would be fine. 29 of them. Great, that'll do.
Okay.
That's it. That would be an easy one to go for.
Is there Zumwalt? Is there VLS cell small enough to disqualify them from that role?
No, they've got the Mark 53s.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, their count, how many cells they have.
Oh, the Zumwalt class?
Yeah, because they should have the phased array Aegis.
They have 80 Mark 57 VLS cells. So they don't have enough for the air defense role, but you could honestly, if you want, this is why I say air defense variant. So what you do is you literally go, right, for the air defense variant, instead of having 2 6-inch guns, we might have 1 6-inch gun. And by the way, we'll fill in the space from the other AGS with Mark 41 VLS. And you could stick in a nice 96 cell Mark 41 VLS in there, and then you go, right, and we have 80 Mark 57s and 96 Mark 41s, and now we have more than enough space. And the Mark 57 is a pretty good system.
Woohoo!
The Mark 57 is, by the way, for those who don't know, Mark 57 is a modified Mark 41.
Dingesdorfer. Question: do you see the CVL concept coming back into widespread use with helicopter carriers being able to also carry and launch F-35s for a significantly lower investment than a normal carrier? I don't know about
Harrier carrier.
Lower.
It's basically a Harrier carrier, and they've been around, and basically it's the entry level for nations who are wanting naval aviation, who are wanting organic aviation capability. I do see more and more nations moving towards that, because one of the things I've been looking around at is countries looking at it going, it's not necessarily just expedition capability, it's also operational capability. in terms of what do you want to do and independence of freedom of maneuver. But yeah, and also say significantly lower levels. The big problem with carriers or anything is the initial investment cost to get it. Once you've got it, sustaining it's a lot cheaper than creating it. And that's the big problem the British had with the Queen Elizabeth, was because we stupidly decided to have a gap in carrier operations and then found we needed to rebuild everything. It's amazing. 10 years not doing something and the infrastructure are trophies because people don't do maintenance on the infrastructure because it's not being used. So they go, we can save that money.
Shirley, you're talking nonsense. That can't possibly happen in our reality.
Yeah.
Bud Guy 8829. Do you think modern Coast Guard cutters should carry sonar? Do they?
I thought they did.
I would be very surprised if the full-size Coast Guard ships do not at least have the capability to carry hydrophone gear. Like when the Titan submersible went squish a year or two back now, I highly doubt that the only people out there with hydrophones listening were warships painted gray. It's possible, but I doubt it. Even if they don't have the highly advanced towed array sonars that you need for ASW work, they probably have some level of hydrophones to hear around them. Because remember, in a war environment, they will be tasked with warlike duties instead of the peacekeeping patrol duties they have right now.
They're all listed as having sonars, and they all have surface search radar, and various systems which would suggest they have sonars. The Legend class has pretty much almost every radar you could fit on a thing. If they don't have sonar as well, that would be very, very strange to me. Because they have the SQ-9B fire control radar. They have these are things which carry a 57mm gun, so a 20mm phalanx, several machine guns. Designed for but not with additional weapons and sensors seems to be a phrase which comes up a lot in Coast Guard ships. So I would say they're either fitted with it or fitted for sonar. And I would be very surprised if they didn't carry sonar. I think what they might not is carry towed sonar at the moment, but it'd be fitted for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were fitted with sonar. Looking at them. Because when you start going through the list of things they have, especially the Legend class, they have an option for 12th apparently. Of those, and they might get one. The national
Seneca. I genuinely do not believe that Congress is going to cut a check to Homeland for the Coast Guard to get full spectrum ASW warfare gear for narco subs.
Cloaked insanity. I would say, looking at the briefs on the Coast Guard's website, they could be fitted for but not with. But I honestly would doubt it from their profile that all of them are not fitted with. This is my personal opinion. I'd also say, how do I put this? There is a range of systems available, but you could be right. None of them could be fitted with, but they're all fitted for enough of these systems that. Would they need them for narco subs? Narco subs usually are more submersibles than subs and go along their coastal systems. Coasty, I agree with fitted for, but not with. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised. This is going to sound terrible. This is kind of like the British with fitted for, but not with. I wouldn't be surprised if at least, we're considering the number of them, if it turned out one of them was fitted with, I wouldn't be surprised to test out if it works. That's my own experience with fitted for, not with.
it would be far to fit every single Coast Guard vessel with that level of sonar than to have stationary sonar stations for what the Coast Guard does 99.9% of. You would have to have a sonar network, of a shore-based sonar network to ring the entire perimeter of the U.S.
And remember how fun it was to stick in the hydrophone. Basically, what you actually probably need is something like the Surtar ships to do it. The hydrophone systems which they used for the GIUK line, pretty darn good, but maintaining them was interesting, and keeping people happily paid to maintain them was interesting. The Surtar ships were probably the best in the world at what they did, and they're the interesting ones. If you want to look up that, it's a very interesting program, the Surtas program. Question 219. How would a British government do defence cuts if there is a very good reason that Navy cannot be cut? I have no idea. Because I would say there are very good reasons not to cut anything at the moment, but in the nicest way, what British governments do and what they're sensible to do is often two different things. Usually, British governments keep cutting defence spending right up until they have to panic. And then they do a lot of emergency procurements. And then they panic with the emergency procurements. And then they go, have we managed the emergency procurements correctly? And usually they haven't. And this has been our policy for about the last... Well, I would argue since before World War II. Because you consider... One of the classic things is, again, going back to Churchill for this decision-making, is the decision to pause capital ship and carrier construction to focus in on escorts, when escorts were already being ordered and building. Did he order any more escorts? No! He didn't. He couldn't, because the yards were all full of the ones that were being ordered. Did it do anything to improve the speed of those escorts getting into service? No, it couldn't, because by the time you'd retrain the people to go and work in the escort yards and move them around to do that, you'd actually lost time, and that cost you time. So the nicest thing, it was a classic case of, we're doing this for the image of, we are doing this to prevent what happened in World War I. And you're actually causing more trouble than it's actually worth. But it looks like you're doing something. And it's been since there that there have been problems.
Knights. Okay, Stafford Thompson. How much larger would the Zumwalt need to become in order to be a modern strike cruiser?
They're pretty much most of the way there. Were basically a strike cruiser. They're called a destroyer, but the reason they have the Mark 57 is a strategic length VLS. So basically, they were designed to be able to come in with minimal air defense themselves, probably with air defense destroyers and a carrier hanging off, and basically get close and blast away with missiles and guns and cause massive damage. They are a full literal combat. But the trouble is, people saw that and just thought that's all they can do. And actually, no. The beauty about their strike length VLSs is they're the largest length of VLSs. So you can cram them a lot of stuff. Take care, Dan Freeman. Go get some snooze time. I'm looking forward to seeing you Thursday. It'll be fun.
Question from BudGuy8829. What happens if the U.S. had built all the Iowas, Alaskas, and the Montana class before and right after the end of World War II? Lions probably get built, and I wouldn't be surprised if Stalin actually manages to get a couple.
Yeah, I think the Soviets always. I think you have large gunships lasting around a little bit longer in service. And I think the Americans probably alternate between the Iowas and the Montanas being in service. So they always have something in service and something in reserve. And the Alaskas probably as well. Interesting thing is going to be see what they get replaced with. Because the trouble is, those are the sort of things which governments get attached to, as in politicians get attached to having, while navies are going, we don't really need a big gunship anymore. But the guns are going, we can't not have a big gunship! We need it!
Okay. Knights has repeated question 224 with some more clarity. Knights, essentially you are building smaller, crappier Atlanta.
Yeah,
you are making an Atlanta, but worse.
Yeah,
which is impressive given that the Atlanta was about ready to flip itself over at the earliest possible opportunity.
Yeah, Atlantas and Didos, they are destroyer built they are destroyer built cruisers. Okay, they're crammed with every weapon available, and they're basically doing a large destroyer role on a cruiser hull. It's like tribals are cruiser built destroyers. They are destroyers
what
built
I
on
mean
cruiser
when I
lines.
say that is the Atlantas came with 8 twin mount 5-inch 38 guns on just under 7,000 tons. You are now going to put 6 twins, anywhere between 3 and 6 twins on 2,000 to 3,000 tons. Or on the Fletchers, they go with 5 twins on the Fletchers on 2,000 to 3,000 tons. You're making a crappier Atlanta, essentially. No, the Summers would get they would get 3 twins. You're not fitting 5. You're not safely fitting 5 twin turrets on that hull with everything else a destroyer has to do, like the torpedoes. You're making essentially tiny, crappy Atlantas.
Mm-hmm.
Question 218. So how does the USN and Germany react to British adopting triple 15-inch guns as 5 QEs and 5 Rs would get 12 15-inch guns, making them far superior to the American and German BBs being
No, they wouldn't
built.
really. Let's be honest, because the Nevadas had 10 14-inch guns. The Pennsylvania's forward had 12 14-inch guns. So they're not really that massively behind. The Tennessees also had 12 14-inch guns, if I'm not mistaken. Then the Colorados have their 8 16-inch guns. Yeah, it's an inch. It's not going to cause the Americans to panic much. The Germans, they're gone. As I've said before, I did a video on the Queen Elizabeth class, and basically they already, in their original form, they caused a nightmare for the Germans because they raised the cost of battleships to the point at which they were getting in a political fight with the army, and that was the whole British point. How to win the naval race with the Germans. Cause it to be a financial battle between the army, a financial political battle between the army and the army and the navy in Germany, between the Wehr and the Kaiserliche Marine, and for some reason the Wehr are always going to win that one. So yeah, it's a scenario. I think the Germans are just going to be more and more depressed by the cost scenario. They just can't win that fight. The Americans are just going to go, ouch, but not really bothered. It might change the Colorado design to 12 16-inch guns ships. That might do that might decide they've got to keep to the 12 gun arrangement because they've had the 12 14s, but they can't really complain about the British having 12 guns if they have 12 guns. They're not. It's not that kind of competition with the British and Americans. It's a tech race. It's a who's got a bigger fang than the other thing, not a we're actually a threat to each other race. And that's the trouble. When you're in a numbers competition, that's a problem. When you're in a tech race, that's a competition. A numbers race where your actual thing is we're going to be strong enough that you can't risk fighting us, that is a threat. Because think about it from the perspective, if you cannot risk fighting someone, that means you can't fight them, which means you can't stop them from doing anything if you don't want them to. This is the whole trouble that was a perception. It's a case of, okay, you need to feel, but that makes the Germans feel strong, but it's not them thinking about, hang on, how's that going to make the British feel? The British, who rely on sea power for their entire empire and everything, you're going to make them feel like they can't fight you. They're going to really allow themselves to get in a situation where they feel they can't take you on. It's not going to happen. You think question 220 got missed? I've got 224, I've got 218 restated here. If I go back through Knight
I
6831...
know there were a couple you put in while the queue was closed.
If you put it in one while the queue was closed, then it's gone. 224 is there. 226. There's also 225 there. I'm looking and I cannot see 22. There's 221. I think 222 and 223 maybe. 220. We did answer 220. That was the question of would the ships go on forever. That was answered by Runon and myself, and why people get that wrong. So 222 and 223 have disappeared, yes, but 220 was answered. Night. And it is now midnight. I don't know about you, but I have... Well, if there are any more questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I think Runon needs to get to bed, and I...
Nope.
Well,
remember, it's only 7 o'clock for me, and I have the day off tomorrow. So.
Oh, happy.
But
well,
yes,
carry on
we've been going on for about 4.5 hours now.
If people do have more questions, well, I'm prepared to go on for about another half hour. Then I have to get on with some of my night activities, which include building some kalaxes.
Yeah, no. The short answer for 220 Night is that it's not so much that people don't understand that ships have to be replaced. It's more so that they don't understand that there are things other than age and mechanical condition which dictate when ships have to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
So, or anything. Ships, aircraft, tanks, armored cars, tanks and jeeps, rigs of every size. Chicken coops full of bears and choppers in the skies. Digital cookie, if you understand that reference.
Mm-hmm.
So. I don't see anything popping up in the chat. Yet, maybe? Possibly? Nope. Yeah, if you took the mounts off of Digital Cookie to DA Brock, if you took the mounts off the Summers, which are the Mark 22 twin mounts, they weigh 75,000 pounds apiece, and you put 5 of them on there, that's 108,000 pounds, or 54 tons. That's 54 tons of top weight just in the mount itself. Just the mount, nothing else. Just the mount. That's a lot of weight to have even on a 3,000 ton hull. And to be honest, if you want an answer to that, you're going to have to either find somebody or find ways to do the stability and load calculations yourself. I still think that such a ship with 6, if you're talking 6 single mounts, that's doable, or 3 twin mounts, that's doable, and I think that was done on the gearings. I think the gearings rolled out of the yard with 3 twin 538s.
Yeah, they went with 3 twins. But they're...
And they rolled out the yard at 2,600 tons standard.
Mm-hmm. You want to go for multiple twins, you've got issues.
But that's really about where you stop in that time period for destroyers. After that, it's a cruiser, and after that, you're going to 6-inch guns. Because especially at that point, the U.S. has...
Because if you consider the USS Norfolk, which is her own little class before the Mitscher class, and she is 5,600 tons, and she has 8 3-inch guns. That's basically what you're doing for rapid-fire 3-inch guns. And by the way, if no one's seen DL1, the USS Norfolk, she's a cute-looking ship, but she really does look like someone's gone, I wanted a cruiser and a destroyer to have children.
Natalie.
Hmm?
I'll take 15.
Then they don't. What they do is they then build a Mitcher class, which are basically a not quite as pretty variant of her.
But it's still cute and cuddly.
Yeah.
Cute and cuddly.
They
I'll
are
take
cute.
12.
Yeah, the US Navy orders about 4 of them. Yeah, what you have to remember is that destroyer leader designs do lead eventually to the TCOs.
Seneca Nero, what would the world reaction be if it came out that Bofors could still make a battleship caliber weapon and Sweden comes out with a ship with a single BB caliber gun in it? I think a lot of it is going to depend upon what are they putting in that tube.
I think it'll be
If
a
it's
case.
just dumb,
Yeah.
I would say if it's just dumbfire ammunition, they're going to be impressed but not concerned. If it's something that has any sort of guiding or homing, or kind of like the Abrams does now with their variable time fuse, where they can get multiple different functions out of the same shell, I think they're going to start getting concerned. If it's anything that's rocket boosted, they're going to start getting concerned, so on and so forth.
I think basically it depends on how much they put into it, and what kind of capabilities they put into it. Oh, that's the wrong one. That just flicked back. Oh, there you go. Bruships questions.
Colin Cameron, question: are you in an area where you won't get bombarded on the 5th this year, Doc?
Let me put it this way: it shouldn't be as bad as it was last year. It shouldn't be as bad as it was last year.
Thank you for the kind words.
We do have a nice bunkering. Yeah, Runon is really doing a massive amount of work.
I don't know about that, but okay.
But honestly, I think much the same as you, if they come with a battleship caliber gun, it's going to depend on the flexibility of it and what it can do, and it's going to depend on. Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
In response to a server member's question about why I did something the way that I did it, I'm going to put a GIF up, which is perfectly acceptable, in the Discord chat, which explains my process putting this bot together.
Yeah,
and it should show up on your screens here shortly.
Seneca, Connor Cameron, are you in an area when we're going to answer that one? And
Knight is asking, why do the Didos not suffer the same problem as the Atlantas? They are 5,600 to 5,800 tons standard and 71 to 7,500 tons full. I thought
the answer actually comes below. Honestly, Shira has put in straight away. That's why the Black Prince subclass lost the turret, because they had the exact same issues.
You have to go for a wider hull to have that much top weight, which means you're slower, which means you have to go for a longer hull, more with a larger engineering plant to get the same speed, which means eventually you're just going to start building a cruiser. And if you're going to build a cruiser, why don't you just build a 6-inch cruiser? Especially once the U.S. gets their 6-inch AA mounts to work.
And actually, they got
they're auto-loading 6-inch AA mounts to work.
Which is also what the British were trying to work on with the tire class, etc. And if you had got 6-inch autos to work properly, I wouldn't be surprised if you still saw. The thing is, they didn't want to invest the money. It was easy to make the 5-inch autos work and the 4.5-inch autos work, because they already had them optimized and working. But the thing is, if you had got the 6-inch autos to work flawlessly from the beginning, It would have been great, and they would still be in service on ships now. And Melanie is directly typing a question into the Q&A.
I am concerned. I am frightened.
Yeah, no one's going to stop Melanie now.
No, I'm not. I don't. Even if I could, I don't want to because I'm concerned that she'll show up at my house.
Yeah, Melanie is one of those people who could probably find out where you lived.
See, the reason I value it so lowly is because I can't do it to a high standard of work, which I'm used to being able to do at my day job.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
because
Dragon.
it's like I'm just going to slap code sections together and hope that it works. It's why if you notice on all of the bot questions, there is NaN at the end of it because I have a formula in which does not have all of its inputs in it because I haven't figured out how to get the C# code to actually output the data it needs to for those inputs to work, which means now I have to start learning C#. I'm an electrician. If it's below 50 volts, I don't care about it anymore, or at least I'm not supposed to care about it anymore. And now I get to learn C#. Mama.
But just think of your skill set eventually. You're going to be a master electrician with all those qualifications and advanced programming knowledge. Seriously, you're going to have Google calling you up to offer you a blank check.
I don't know about advanced programming knowledge, but if you can get into controls and manufacturing, you can make really good money as an electrician.
Yeah. Alex is remembering the days of him learning the various coding languages, and when he used to have to write them as an IT technician, he's thinking, thankfully, those are about a decade behind me, and I have happily forgot quite a lot of stuff. I will probably have to. I might have to start remembering it soon, but we'll leave that to one side.
But as I tell people, I have to get through this election first, and then we can see what I'm doing. If you are in the U.S. and you haven't voted and you can vote, please go vote. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm just telling you to go vote.
Yeah, that's always my view about all elections. As you know, I'm quite honest about the side I go with, but I really, honestly, in any election, it's better people vote because it's the people that annoy me on elections are the people who don't vote for anything and then spend the next few years complaining. If you didn't vote at all,
Not a lot of patience
you shouldn't really have the right to complain because you didn't do the one thing you can do to change it. And if you don't like the people standing and you don't think they're good, you know what the answer to do is? Stand yourself.
Or go vote. If you're an American, go vote in your primary.
Yeah, go select the people who stand. Make sure there's a decent person.
We've had a very good candidate in my state that has been a primary candidate at least once, if not more, who, while I don't like some of their policies, is a lot closer to me than most of the members of his party, and he keeps losing the primary. That's partially my fault because the primaries tend to pass me by, but that's why I get stuck with the candidates I get stuck with when it comes to November. And as much as I don't want my candidate to lose, especially this election, of all the elections I've been in existence for, I would much rather have my candidate lose with 90% of the vote in than win with 35% of the vote in.
And whilst it's slightly different in the UK, the usual thing is the local parties will tend to run a hustings of potential candidates. And whilst it's fair and primarily open to members, non-members can go along to them. Non-members can express their opinion to members. If you want to vote, you be a membership of a party. If you, the answer I will say is in the UK, don't join the party which is. Don't look for a perfect party. You're not going to find any party which is perfect to. But join the one which is closest to you in views, and go along to the meetings and try and move them your way. And trust me, you will soon find that there are quite a lot of people who probably agree with you. If you keep banging on about it.
No, anyway. Concentrate. Well, okay. For America, down ballot voting, if you've shown up to vote anyway, is not that much more of a hassle. and it's critically important because who wins your local races tends to influence or pick who's going to win your state and federal races.
Mm.
So, anywho, anybody got anything naval history related before I really start to sound off?
K-25 is circa 10,000 tons design. It's a full-size light cruiser. There are so many 10,000 ton design ships coming because it's one of the facts of history, Shiva, that 10,000 tons is about the point at which you need to aim for to have a general purpose world cruising asset. And that's always what a cruiser's basically turned into. If we go through history, 10,000 tons is about the margin. 10 to 15,000 tons is about the margin where you can produce enough of them to be useful in terms of hulls, in terms of cost. But you can produce, so for all the cruising duties and mass duties you need, but you can also load them with all the things you need for them to do all the operations you're probably going to require them to do. Go on, Cameron. We had a local election on Thursday and the turnout was 15%. Then, in the nicest way, don't let anyone. If anyone starts complaining about your local council, tell them, did you vote for the local councillor? If you didn't go and vote elections, it's not them. And this does cause issues, by the way, because especially in the UK, the local councillors will have a big impact on who's selected as your MP, and that will have a big impact on who's selected as leader of the party and who's likely to be prime minister. It works all the way up the chain. This is why local councils actually matter. That, and if you have problems with planning, if you have problems with bins, those things are local council authorities' issues. And before anyone says voting is rigged, no, it's not. Honestly, the amount of effort that would have to go into try and rig elections is beyond belief versus just letting the public do what the public do, which is ignore them.
I did a lot of work.
Yeah.
I did a lot of work at my last job for our local, or technically one of our local voter registers. I have never met someone who took their job more seriously. And I worked for my father. So, yeah, I would say, at least for the U.S., generally speaking, volunteer for a poll workers.
Yeah, if you're talking in the UK for voter rigging, in a nice way, they're all paper ballots, and as someone who has watched the process and who has been someone has been actually various levels of official within watching that the ballots were okay for one political party or another, watching that they were all being properly looked after and sorted. You will have all the observers there. You will literally have an observer from each of the political parties watching, and you will have multiple levels watching that thing, and those things do not get... There are very few things in life which still, in the UK, which still get a guaranteed police escort. Ballot boxes are one of them which can still get a police escort.
And I would say that... I would say it, but I forgot it. Dang it.
Yeah, and it's very...
integrity.
I am not so sure about some of the computerized systems. I do sometimes worry about them, but I know they do a lot of efforts to try and protect them, and they do take that very seriously. With the UK, it's all a paper-based system. There is, which we can do with the size we are, and we can afford to do it. And you trying to rig it is, yes. Although, as said Steve, due to voter apathy, you could literally get in certain areas. You can literally, as long as they've got the right rosette, they will get elected. But there again, as the Conservative Party would testify to recently, apparently that's not always the case, because they managed to muck that up. That takes great skill to muck that level, to muck it up to that level.
Stateside, also I'm going to probably purge the chaff from the question chat in a couple minutes here, but the stateside, if you're talking about how gerrymandering works, then yes, there is a point of grievance there. I know in Virginia regarding to ballots, because I voted earlier, think, or very late of last month of September. Our ballots are filled out on paper. They are scanned by a machine, and they go in a secured. And the paper is the document of record. Election fraud is very rare, and when it happens, it's usually not enough to tip an election. And when I say usually, I mean there's probably been one case in recent history where it may have shifted the margins for a vote in the U.S.
In the UK, we had some people get arrested not that long ago for it, and it was a bit. They worked it out, but don't worry about the question box, Steve. And
to
no,
constant
Richard,
drowsiness questions, you can use AI to conduct research. You need to take it with a huge grain of salt. AI can be good for summarizing things, but it has been known to just completely make stuff up.
AI can sound very confident all the time. The thing I usually have started working with my students to use is how to use it not as a research tool like a search engine. So using it, but you then have to remember what databases are they using, what databases are being programmed with, and how accurate and up to date are those databases, and how relevant are those databases. So at the moment, it's not really that great. And I had some students try to use it to write their essays, and they were very upset that I could figure out exactly which parts came from the AI, and they went, why? And I went, because that particular historian it cited doesn't exist. I went, how do you know that? I went, because, in a nice way, just in case I was wrong, I did a Google search of them and the book, and it didn't exist. So yeah.
Knight 6831. So why was design K31 with 12.6 or 12 6-inch better than K25 with 16 5.2? Probably because the 12 6-inch were a lot less top weight than 16 5 1/4. But that's just a layman's take on it.
Pretty much, and basically that's when it's 12 6-inches. What you had on the county, what you had on the town class, what you had on the crown colonies. And, basically it's a continuation of the existing designs. Very easy to do. 16 25.25 inch in 8 twin turrets. That's going to be 8 turret mechanisms rather than 4 turret mechanisms. That's going to be an extra 4 barrels, an extra 4 barrels load of ammunition, and all the systems for putting them in. And plus, they have to go up higher up the hull. So yeah. Anyway, I think that's gonna call an end for this evening, because we're getting very far into the political debates, very far away from the naval stuff. Some point I will probably do a political discussion one just to get it out of everyone's system. And have a long discussion one, but that won't be today, and it'll be highlighted as a political one. Probably sometime next year. Let's say when would be a good time? January would possibly be a good time to do a discussion next year.
I recommend February. That recommendation.
We'll see what we do. Anyway. Take care, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for taking part. Thank you again to Runon and Fu, especially Runon for all the work they're doing in the construction of the bots, but also and the apps such as assist us, and Fu for turning up when he's got work tomorrow, and he's also got ramblings tomorrow, and I will hopefully join them. Yeah, and then there's the layout, which means your broadside is effectively still 12 guns. Yeah, It's one of those things. They do a lot of. You have to remember with navies, especially with their design teams, they will do a lot of design studies, especially in that period. Not all their designs are being produced so that they can build them. Some of the designs they're designing just to show why they shouldn't.
Thank you all. Sorry for the diversions that I imposed, and Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Assuming I'm still
listen forward.
welcome, you'll catch me next Sunday.
Ramblings is Fleet of Ocean's Monday evening discussion and question answering session. It's on YouTube and Discord. You can log into it through Drax Discord server and actually ask questions through there. Dragon will have more details than I do because Dragon's on it regularly, but it's a fun thing. Thank you very much, Aaron, for doing all this, and take care. Toodles. Thank you, Culture Drowsiness, Stafford, Dragon, Raptorat, Mega Scrow, Steve, Clarke, Melanie, Send Penguins. I still think you deserve a lot of chocolate biscuits, Penguins. John Shea, Colin Cameron, Rick Vasava, Inns Morrison, Sephora, Bud Guided 29, Wayne, everyone, thank you. Fun Police, Steve Clarke, Javian, thank you for talking about the experience of being an election officer. It's always hard work being an election officer. There is always so many people. Everyone usually hates you. And you're just doing your job, and it's one of the fun things I watch. Poor election officers. I used to find out when I was a various versions of electoral agent, which is the political party's version of watching from their side in the UK. And mainly I got the job because I actually considered it important, to go and watch the things. And I always the election officers I used to watch and feel very sorry for, because they had so much work to do and everyone was nagging them. Everyone would be nagging them. I wouldn't be. I would tend to leave them alone and just sort of watch and just check everything. I used to. My trick was to pick tables which I thought would give me a good idea of what the vote was likely to be, to go and sit opposite and watch. And I would bring a book. And the amount of times I ended up being pictured in the papers as reading a book while doing the election count. And the times I was asked by people, why are you sitting here reading a book, not watching them intently? And I'm going, because A, all I'd be doing is staring at them while they're moving the stuff, and B, in the nicest way, when there's a problem comes up, the rhythm breaks. And that I can easily detect from the corner of my eye. I don't need to be staring at them the whole time like this to do that. And it's far less intrusive for me to be sitting and reading a book. They prefer it, and I prefer it. It doesn't feel like I'm sitting there the whole time going from the table, the other side of the table at someone. So yeah, that was my methodology. Take care, everyone. Have a nice evening, and thank you again for being here, and thank you for all the questions. It's been great fun. Toodles.